Magandang hapon, Crossfire Philippines! Malapit na ang playoffs kaya lalong hahapit ang kompetisyon sa Day 12 ng Impact Summer 2025. Mga pala Sir Mon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog. Kami ang inyong casters para sa unang serye pero syempre, of course, kamusta ka naman, Sneaky?
Yeah, chilling. Yesterday was very fast, pare. Unfortunately left me wanting for more CF action this Thursday. And I feel like yung mga games naman natin today is gonna definitely be slightly closer, no?
Oh, totoo talaga pare. Kasi in a bit, we're gonna be showing off kung ano yung magiging format natin for the whole of Impact. No? Very important considering that this is a tournament where the Tier 2 will literally breach into the highest level of competition talaga. No? So nagsama-sama sa isang group stage sa buong weeks na to, pinakita yung lakas ng bawat isa talaga papunta sa ating playoffs na konting tulog na lang, Sneaky. Papunta na tayo talaga doon no?
Yeah, I mean, top 4 is gonna be very important para sa mga teams. I mean, there's already 2 teams that is in that slot already. I think itong Sunday Shrooms at Matt has already secured theirs. Malalaman natin yung Heroics at PS7 very soon. Prize pool, of course, going to be the exact same. 700 for first, 500 for second, 400 for third, so on and so forth, pare. So, ayun nga, not just that, they're also actually playing for that regional play-in spot, pare, and for a chance to qualify for the year-end tournament. But of course, up next, we're gonna take a look at the standings. Kagaya nga na sinabi ko, men, first place, second place already solidified dito, pare. I don't think Sunday Shrooms is gonna be removed galing dito sa first place. Considering na yung next game pa nila dito is the VNG matchup, which is on the very tail end ng week 7 natin. Pero matches, I don't think they're gonna move anytime soon as well. It's all about that third and fourth.
Totoo. Talagang yung nasa ilalim lamang ng top 4 at top 2 yung magiging heroes ng kwento natin ngayon sa ating broadcast for today. Kasi lahat except for Arise Gaming Team at Al Sovereign, ang mga maglalaban-laban para man lang ma-polish yung mga spots nila, yung mga set wins at saka yung mga round differentials, yan yung magiging crucial sa ganitong magiging stats no? Para malaman kung sino yung makapasok sa ating top 4 kasi yung top 4 bracket pataas lang yung mga consider natin for the playoffs. So yung mga teams natin dyan na mukhang gusto makapag-clutch up, ito na yung panahon para magawa mo ng paraan na makapag-lay ng foundation para sa comeback mo in this season, looking specifically at Rhea 7 Armita, Vengeance at saka Cypher Pro Team para lang ma-attain yung goal nila sa ating Impact Summer Season. No? So very exciting times para sa ating schedule for today as well. No? Talagang the teams that are playing today have a lot at stake sa kanilang standings as we now have the schedule up for you today. It will be Vengeance versus Reyes 7 Ermita for our first set at saka naman ang Heroics versus Cypher Pro Team para naman sa ating second series.
Yeah, it's a very important win para dito sa Vengeance to kind of be still in contention para dito sa playoffs natin, and it's also a very important win para sa R7 considering na nandito na nga sila sa mas mahirap ng part ng kanilang schedule as right after Vengeance, it is going to be them up against itong matches. So it's not going to get any easier para dito sa Ria 7 to qualify para dito sa ating top 4, especially considering na naghahabol pa nga dito ang ating Vengeance squad. And speaking of habol, para Heroics also wanting to chase after that number 3 spot dito sa standings natin. And Cypher Pro Team, one of the bigger surprises dito sa Impact. Honestly, a team na kind of just came out of nowhere, really went under my radar, pare. And ngayon they're contesting yung itong playoff spot natin kasama itong Vengeance, pare.
Yeah, so talaga naman titingnan natin kung makakahabol nga ba ang Cypher Pro team considering that they really had like a good start. Actually, a good comeback into the season nga no? Not at the top of our heads when it comes to that top 4 conversation pero very much lighting up the discussion kapag sila yung pinag-uusapan no? Pero focus muna tayo dito sa ating unang serye. It will be Vengeance versus Reyes 7 Ermita where let's talk about one of these teams muna no? Ang Vengeance which honestly may ups and downs nga yung naging journey nila dito no, they had a strong start to the season pero medyo nagkaroon ng ups and downs dahil doon sa sub-in sub-out situation. Sometimes may inconsistencies sa naging performance nila dito no. Bakit sa tingin mo, Sneaky, nagkakaroon sila ng ganito?
I think for the longest time, talaga yung naging problema ng Vengeance even before when they had yung Kid from Hell na roster where they have very, very solid showing sa mga ibang games nila. Obviously, can beat potentially yung top 4, no? Pero yung mga bad game kasi nila, as in sobrang bad na to the point na they could lose to Al Sovereign. It's that type of variance na is really jarring, no? Para dito sa Vengeance kasi one day, akala mo mananalo ka na dito na Impact, but then the other day, you're losing to AGT potentially, no? So, there's a lot of uncertainty dito sa Vengeance. I mean, I can't blame it, no? It's really, yung mga players nila, granted, may mga experience sila pagdating sa mga LAN tournaments, but when it comes to tournaments like Impact, where, it's the cream of the crop ng Tier 2 nga dito, pare, maybe they feel a bit nervous, baka nga may napapantay na nga sa kanilang skill kumpara nga dito sa mga ibang LANs na pinupuntahan nila dito, and maybe sometimes they just feel like they're a bit out of their depth, pare. But at the same time kasi, pag maganda yung laruan dito ng Vengeance, men, especially itong si Alretz, we could definitely see a surprise dito sa standings natin. And para naman sa R7, man, we're gonna put a pin on that as we take a look at the map dito. It's probably gonna be Port Black Widow and itong sub-base para dito sa map number 3. Oh!
No!
Ang Kara hindi ko in-expect. Actually, Port in-expect ko. But I was actually expecting R7 to pick Port dito sa Vito. I was surprised by Ankara, honestly.
Yeah, maybe they're not keen on at least risking one of the maps that you have just mentioned din, no? Considering na baka napag-aralan nga ng Vengeance yung compound map and possibly as well yung kanilang Black Widow. They're not gonna risk that anytime soon. Ankara being one of the more stable maps that they've had, taking points out of Sunday's rooms if I remember correctly, tapos okay na naman sila against the top 4 teams in my recent memory, no? So Ankara, a surprise nga kasi usually iniiwan nila yan sa decider. So definitely gonna be a bit of an interesting time sa first map nila, especially since they are starting on that BL side. So not only do they get their map pick, but they also get the strong side as well of that map. Tapos yung port naman para sa Vengeance, honestly, this really could go either way. But for the stats that they've had dito sa map na to, they're relying upon yung kanilang magiging sniper. And you already mentioned Aldrich, right? What about Kara? Because sometimes Kara flexes between the sniper role as well. So hopefully magkaroon sila ng choice para magkaroon sila ng flexibility when it comes to this. Kasi yun yung parang nakikita kong kulang na lang para sa Vengeance.
Yeah, but it is also a reminder, no, para dito sa Vengeance after choking such a huge lead against itong Heroics, no, on this exact map. So I think yun nga, ito rin yata yung tinatarget dito ng R7. Granted, ang ganda ng laruan ni Kara dito sa mapa na to. Ang ganda ng laruan ni Sua. I mean, Jelois did a really good job dun sa mapa na yun as well as in it, doing his job as that backline. Pero, ayun nga, man, I feel like itong Vengeance, one of their biggest struggles talaga is closing out yung game. And I feel like R7 with the amount of experience dito sila on their side and the amount of talent na meron sila dito, especially galing dito kay Jeff Rocks, or ayun nga, it is going to be quite the exciting time potentially dito, pare.
Totoo, pare. Kaya papasok tayo dito sa mga pinaka-importanting part ng broadcast. Ang ating predictions for this series will be Reyes 7 versus Vengeance. I think I'm gonna go 2-1 Reyes 7 just to be safe. No? I think this team is showing really high highs. A very exciting team to watch out din, and I think if Jeff Rocks is gonna be activated early on, then it's not too far to say na magiging activated din si JCD at saka si Jump pag nagsimula. No? Ikaw ba, Sneaky?
For sure. I think this is probably Jeff Rocks' one of his best maps. Galing din from his last year's stint dito sa Gaon. I think Jam and JCD do really well dito sa map 1. So I feel like this is going to be R7 2-0. I mean, yun nga, no? As much as I believe dito sa Vengeance, pare, I feel like I can't gamble on a prediction on a team na hindi mo talaga alam kung ano yung itsura nila for the day. No? It's either gonna be super good or super bad. So, I'm gonna go with the more consistent pick dito, pare.
Alright. 2-1 for me, 2-0 para kay Charles. Pero ang end result ay all the same lamang. Mananalo ang R7 sa casters predictions namin for this series. Pero Vengeance have an opportunity para ma-shut up sa amin no? Pero hindi lang naman kami ang pwedeng makapag-predict para sa sharing ito no? Since nanonood lang din naman kayo, makipag-interact na din kayo sa amin at makikisali na din sa aming mayiging discussion kung sino sa tingin nyo ang mananalo no? Will it be Reyes 7 Ermita or will it be Vengeance? Comment nyo lang dito sa aming comment section kasi alam namin na very important ang suporta ninyo sa teams na maglalaro ngayon at pati na rin sa laro ng Crossfire sa Pilipinas. No? So we're gonna be heading on into that first set. Ang Ankara map na pareho nating hindi na-expect na may map pick ng Reyes 7 Ermita. No? Truth be told, nung binan nila yung dalawang maps na nakuha nila, they were possibly those two strongest maps that they've had. No? So what's the logic going into this na Ankara yung pinik nila against Vengeance, pare?
Well, ayun nga, no? I mean, Vengeance almost choked against yung Heroics in an earlier series. At the same time, yun nga, no? I mean, with sub-base being out, it's kind of the second best option para dito sa R7. So, ayun nga, no? They're banking on their best performances as of recent, no? I was actually just surprised na ayun nga, the port map wasn't picked first dito sa R7 pero feeling ko alam din ng R7 that Vengeance has moves dun sa map na yun as we do start dito sa Ankara. Jam with the first kill. Kara with the return full mid control para sa R7 as they're gonna try to make a fast B-side play happen pero Alrets nakaabang na nga dito sa gilid, tries to go for the re-peek pero JCD will get the quick trade. 3 versus 3.
Really nice push from R7 no? Just something that you can kind of expect from the Cebuana squad, just taking fights early on with Jeff Rocks leading the fray once again. So talaga nga namang okay yung nagiging trade nila dito. Alreds trying to take advantage of that. It'll be a 3 versus 3. Jeff Rocks even finding to si Kara on very uncharacteristic mistake para kay Kara ngayon, giving up a numbers advantage, now making it a 3v2 early events control na nasimulan na ni Ajax with the split up and with the decision for Vengeance na laruin to with the retake scenario. Mukhang mas importante sa kanila na mahanapin nyo at least yung lurker nila. So Jeff Rocks down makes it an easier 2v2 retake.
Yeah, but already information na may player dito sa RS. That means walang tao dito sa ating ace side because of CJ's presence earlier dito sa mapan natin. Pero Ajax is gonna regret ego peeking dito sa may exit. JCD, the only one left alive. AK-47 on right stairs. CJ around the corner. Does go for the full check. Pero JCD magpapakita na nga dito. Possibility of a drop down is high para kay CJ. JCD turning around. Oh, nakakit pa nga from room A. Flash is gonna go through. CJ not blinded at all. Absolutely dodging yung flash and a good defuse para kay CJ to save round number 1 for Vengeance.
What a save for CJ. The late person from the party. Mukhang tamang-tama lang yung timpla na dito into that 1 versus 2 clutch. Okay na sana kasi si JCD nalaro naman ayos yung kung paano niya binibigyan ng distance yung sarili niya kay CJ. Pero nung nakahabol siya, masyado nang naging aggressive with the flash peek. Di niya na-expect na na-dodge pa nga ni CJ yon, which gives him the opportunity to lay down the one headshot that he needed into the 1-0 scoreline para sa Vengeance. So balik in towards a 3-2 split at yung core nila mukhang ready na agad dito sa may CA control natin to find Azanet to even eats a bullet galing dito kay JCD.
I mean, you gotta expect that kung ikaw si Azanet dito. No presence on CA. Possibilities are endless. And unfortunately, gets his head taken off. So, Azanet early out of round number 2. Pero Kara around the corner trying to investigate. Pero nakabang na nga dito si Jeff Rocks. And they're actually playing with the overconfidence dito ng Vengeance at the moment. Wanting to get that trade. A bit desperate actually. And ngayon, sobrang hiwalay na ng depensa dito ng Vengeance. I mean, you can definitely go for another clutch attempt dito pare. Pero R7 with a lot more solid of an offense kumpara dito sa depensa nila.
Maybe if Valorant sits one shot no? Nakabot na ng isa at mukhang si JCD ang tutumba. Pangalawa pa itong si Jeff Rocks. It will be 2 for nothing but Charles and Ajax. Nakapasok na sa site. At isuwan na lang yung natitira dito. Kakabalik lang niya last week. Kaya ba niya mag-relax back into this round? 1v3 back in towards RS. where Charles is already holding yung one of the mid windows na pwede niyang gamitin, pero Sua's already made this contact and Charles gonna make his move right now. Expected his position, pero si Sua ay mapapatay lamang. So 1-1 para sa R7 para sa kanilang Ankara map.
Yep. Easy return para dito sa R7. Just a bit of a CA peak. And a bit of over-aggression dito sa may hotels area natin. And R7 taking full advantage of those numbers. And the VNG gonna regroup this time around itong hotel. So gusto yata nilang i-push yung issue yung maaga dito. Problema nga lang, A-site, wide open, R7. Only 2 players, Sua and CJ. Pero isang flash lang, bulag na yung players potentially. But here comes the flashes on the A-side jam. JCD, bawas na agad. Sua, first one down dito sa top A. Charles could be up next at a 3K para kay CJ. Alret stuck dito sa loob ng spawn. Pumalit na kagamit ng kanyang sniper. Pero Ajax still kind of miles away galing sa kanyang teammate. Maybe fearing na merong aakyat dito sa 2F as Kara does decide to go for a peek. Pero numbers advantage para dito sa Vengeance. Someone possibly has to make a play para dito sa R7.
Could be Jeff Rocks. Flash pa nga siya, pero very precise towards the headshot. Asn't it? A little too far away from his teammates. No trade whatsoever until Kara enters the fight. Jumps in towards Ajax 1v1. Sniper versus Alrets. Spotted again. Called out. And he switches to the AWM. What a no-scope. Ajax, what a beautiful shot. Grabe yung flex. R7 with a second round.
Yun nga, sometimes you just have to send it on the sniper when you see that name. And saktong-sakto yung tira na yun galing dito ay Ajax. In that 1v1 of all things, another 1v1. And R7 this time coming out on top. As another round, merong early presence dito sa my hotel. Once again, kind of wanting to push forward. Pero Vengeance time and time again napapunish na to. Pero Jam now fully aware of that hotel player. Kara goes down. Another 4 versus 5 pare. Mapapahiwalay na naman dito yung depensa.
What a good peek. What a flick coming through as he walks outside of doors ng talaga nga namang Kara. He's ready and willing with the angle, but he didn't have any cover whatsoever. So really gave himself a 50-50 chance dito, no? Hasn't it? Tamang lurk lang, pabalik dito sa my mid. Ajax spotted. Looks like he's down for the count. 1-for-1. Spotted by Jeff Rocks as well. And he's good for the trade into a 2-for-1 special. B-side definitely an option para dito sa R7 dahil dito. Bypass control. CA also on full lockdown because of Jeff Rocks. And now that Alrets is fully aware of the situation. Pwede niyang patayin tong si JCD and hold yung sight at nakita pa nga niya si Jam. 2v2, Jeff Rocks. A little too late to the call. Alrets with a double frag. Buong nag-iisa na lang tong si Jeff Rocks. Pulls out the Colt. 1v1 si Sua. Sobrang late pa pare. Napakalayo sa B-site natin.
Yun lang, Jeff Rocks around the corner. Doesn't spot itong si Sua right behind him. 2-2. Vengeance keeping it close dito sa Ankara map. Similar sa nakita natin in that earlier Ankara series from them. Pero ngayon, R7, medyo lumalaban na nga dito sa mapa. And what I said was definitely right, man. Jeff Rocks really does perform well every single time na lalapag sa dito sa Ankara. Already 7 kills up para sa kanyang team. And Alrets kind of leading the charge on the other side as well. Pero R7 has gotten a lot of these openings first. VNG nakakabawi lang sila sa pagkakamali ng R7. So, yeah, maybe need to tighten up a bit dito sa mapa natin, men.
Man, Jeff Rocks definitely. Sabi mo nga, on form. At sa tagal niya sa mid, no? Yung tinagal niya dun sa mid, ang laki ng control niya dun sa tatlong sector na pwedeng pang rotation. Which honestly is also a power position now for R7. Sino Jeff Rocks had full high mid pressure na pwede niyang gamitin dahil wala nang kahit sino pa magro-rotate doon dahil sa push ni Azenit, dahil sa pag-catch off guard dito sa mga players ng R7. Vengeance, excuse me. Definitely a prime player when you put him on a pedestal. As now R7, 4-1 setup. Mukhang full rotation pa nga dito sa may A site as they make presence. Noise being made all the way towards that A site position as both the Vengeance players, hindi sila gagalaw at all, no rotation as well. So, it will be that 2 versus 5 expected inside of that A site execute for R7.
Yeah, in 2-3 na to is kind of a counter to that mid push that R7 has been doing for the past few times. But this 2-3 could be the beginning of the end ng A site. Flash, gonna be a bit late, but it is gonna be there anyways. Overpeak on the top 8 players and CJ could go down and that he does. Pero, BB3 pa rin. Kara already coming in from behind. Jeffrox na bawasan na kaagad. Meron ng LA control itong Vengeance. So as long as hindi mamamatay dito si Kara, there is pressure coming in from that backside.
That is a lot of pressure coming from all sides para dito sa R7. But
Ayun
JCD
lang.
able to elevate,
Ayun
gets himself the double kill. 1v2, Kara all the way from the flank. Yun nga lang, napatay nga lang siya ni Jeffrox. From the defense na simula ng Vengeance kanina, it looked promising from CJ. Pero R7 still have control of the A site.
Yeah, I mean, that first headshot, galing kay JCD, that was everything para dito sa retake potentially ng Vengeance. I mean, I think the timings could have been better para sa kanila dito, especially from the A entrance player. Pero dahil nga bumaril na si Kara kanina, they're fully aware that the flank player is incoming. So ayun, R7 with the lead this time dito sa mapa natin. And once again, it's the exact same mid-control setup para sa R7. And I mean, Vengeance, gagana to kung B-site papasok dito yung R7 and it just so happens na ma-caught off guard sila ni Kara in that second mid position. Pero ayun nga, pag kumuha ng Tunnels B, itong R7, medyo magiging dangerous to para sa Vengeance, pare.
Lalo at napakalayo pa ni Kara dito. No? In theory, it wouldn't be too bad, especially with Azanet as the second layer of defense dito. Now that they also have some sort of this crossfire setup, pero hindi kasi nakatingin dun sa may bypass itong si Aldrich. No? He's stuck holding down yung high mid push natin as Azanet pulls his attention. Bypass push already in full notice for R7. Perfect flash! And it looks like Azanet and Aldrich profiting off of the success. 3 kills in a blink of an eye. Si Ajax lang may makakuha para sa R7 ngayon, pare.
Yeah, Nazanet round the corner, almost getting itong si Ajax, Jeffrox. Medyo malayo pa nga dito sa A-site. C4 out in the open dito sa may B-ramps. As R7 is gonna try to navigate their way back into this round. Obviously, mahirap pa makabalik nga dito. 4 na nakaupo dito sa C4. Pero R7, gusto pa nila lumaban dito. Good shot on Sua. Got the tag through the wall. And a good wall bang galing kay Jeffrox. Caught him jump peeking dito sa may box. CJ around the corner. Will get itong si Jeffrox. Eventually, Ajax, the last one left alive, is gonna have to hit 3 amazing shots just to get a possibility, even a sniff, na makuha niya round na to. Pero yung spray, mapupunta na nga sa side ng Vengeance. That slight hesitation para patayin dito si Sua kinda just lost him the entire round. But at the same time, very well played galing kay Sua to actually use itong si Aldrich as the first contact so he can swing around the corner to a very vulnerable push, pare.
And not only does it also give him that comfortability to go for that peak, pero parang kapag let's say napatay nga siya, may second layer nga sila from the top of that stairs position. So if Suwa's not gonna hit that shot, si Aldrich yung papatay dito. So definitely something that Vengeance have cooked up nung nalaman nila kung saan mga galing yung last player ng R7, as it will be a 3-3. JCD now starting to put a lot more of that focus sa pagsama niya all the way back in towards that 5-man execute. Vents in control of R7. Vengeance now prepared for this with a 3-man split upon the A site itself. Close angle para dito kay Sua na mukhang na-spot pa nga ni Jam as he enters into the site. Look at the entry. Very much in full control of R7, but CJ's still here and he's been impeccable. He starts up with 1, but Jam and Charles, they already inside of the site, pare. 3v2, especially with Kara back on the flank yet again. Mukhang may pampalag pa ang Vengeance dito despite the numbers disadvantage, pero sa Vents mukhang aabot pa si Kara, papatay pa si Azanet. 1v2 for Charles. He peeks into the smoke at mukhang mas-surprise niya tong si Azanet. With the C4 in hand as well, pwede siyang mag-rotate all the way towards the B site pa, pare.
Yeah, Charles gonna get an easy rotation all the way to the B site, pero gusto niya yata makot itong si Kara with a bit of a timing dito sa CA, pero Kara instead gonna go the long way around, potentially just staying dito sa mini terrace actually. So medyo mapapaisip si Charles dito. No reaction whatsoever from Kara so far, so it could be a double fake towards this A site. Pero knowing kasi how CF players move, he's probably gonna check A first and probably go through that exit position. Pero hindi. It's a bit of a hunt instead. Galing dito kay Charles. He doesn't want to put down the C4, but I think time is of the essence para sa kanya dito. The plant is gonna go down. And yun nga, mapapacheck si Kara dito sa A site, and he's gonna realize that it is actually right here. So Charles gonna be in a fight earlier than expected dito. Vent's position gonna be taken by Kara. Time is ticking dito sa C4. Charles, not a single pixel of information dito kay Kara in that 1v1. 4 and 3 Kara with a bit of patience dito sa may mini terrace natin. will get this round. A single point lead, another 1v1 going in the way dito ng Vengeance, pare.
Ice cold nga no, si Kara na kanina pang hinihintay yung full info. Ayaw niya i-gamble yung pag-rotate niya doon sa may B site without knowing na pwede pang bumalik mismo nung last player ng R7. So, talagang the decision making on point. You could also see that they've been cooking up so much of that sandwich play na ginagawa nila kanina on the retake scenario. And this is one of those few times that it does work out in favor of Vengeance right now. So Sua, aggressive position. Ajax does not hit the shot. Pulls out the coat, low on HP, pero papasok pa rin siya. Well, no trade whatsoever from Jam. Sa sobrang layo niya, does give Vengeance the numbers advantage without any trade whatsoever, pare.
Yeah. And I think in classic Vengeance fashion, yeah, they're gonna keep the position. Party very good para sa kanila dito. CJ will get taken down. Charles will get Sua from that room A position. And Vengeance, yun na nga yung sinasabi ko. I mean, this has been a Vengeance thing for quite a long time na they really do want to hold on to this B site. They really are thinking na meron pang rotation na manggagaling dito sa R7, but R7 is gonna keep it simple. 28 seconds left, a pop flash on the top A position, pero makakapasok pa sila dito as in it around the corner. Will spot itong si Charles, but does he spot the other player? Jeff Rocks out in the open. Alreds Kara, last two left alive. JCD will not live to tell the tale, and the defuse is gonna start, pare. Vengeance with a bit of fight ongoing, pare. Our first 2-point lead possibly in this entire game, men.
Oo nga eh. Been a while since we've seen a Vengeance that does feel very impressive on the retake scenarios. They're showing not only yung flanks, pero yung kung gaano kainit din sila when it comes to those 1v1 duels where they didn't even need a flank that time around. They just had full trust in towards fighting yung mga players na lumalabas pa lang sa exit, which R7 medyo nagkakasakit na when it comes to that over-aggression. And this time, it's not gonna be something good so far, as it will be the push coming through from R7. They're gonna try something different. Sa 3 straight rounds na ginagawa nilang push ang A site, mukhang sa bypass na sila papasok, pare.
Pero nandito naman si Kara just in case that there is a lurking Jeff Rocks around this corner. B site is the target ng R7 around the corner. Ajax, perfect position. Pag nag-peek dito si Azinet, he is a dead man. Pero Jam, still waiting. Ajax, yun lang, Jam maybe a bit too forward. Kara with a nice one tap. Pero Aldrets, uubusin na lahat ng players ng R7 from that tunnels B position. You are gonna stay in tunnels. And Ajax, not much he can do about this one. 4 players against him. Sniper shots have to be insane para sa kanila dito. Pre-fire. Pero CJ coming in from behind. Colt, not gonna be enough. Instead, CJ's Colt is gonna hit 6-3. Our biggest lead the entire game para dito sa Vengeance.
And you can actually see that they're coming into this with very much not only confidence, but good grit coming through from these players. Even on the defense, kita mo na there's no stopping yung mga forward angles na ginagawa nila. It was glimpses from A site where they kept the same positions dun sa defense after the reset sa attack. Pero this time, no, parang sobrang aggressive na mga angles, but nang hindi na kailangang gumalaw masyado. It's that kind of thing that you're looking out for on the defense, where you just know na tatama talaga yung shots mo. Yun yung parang naging puhunan para dito sa B-side defense nila dito, no? So, Vengeance, very good start on their GR kanina. Now that they swap in towards BL, now have the opportunity to take claim sa lahat ng mga pwede nilang kunin. High mid already focused up by Kara. And already they're also thinking about that flank watch. Kaya nandito si CJ very far away from the pack as well.
Yep. CA control para dito sa Vengeance. Not much mid presence sa R7. 3 players on that A site. Pero Vengeance now realizing that mid is freer than expected. No? So they're gonna try to swing for the hills para dito sa B site. Ajax though expecting there's going to be a bit of high band presence from the Vengeance squad. So, utus na lang dito sa Ajax. Watch tunnels B for me, my man. Ako na bahala dito sa high mid, but Jeff Rocks, one headshot could be all the difference. Dito, Flash is going to go through Jeff Rocks. Out in the open, nasa loob ng RS, but is going to get instantly spot dito ni Kara. I mean, Jeff Rocks trying to play the off angles, pero siya pa ngayon nakot dito. 4 versus 5. Ajax decided to go all the way around. At least makakuha sila ng hotel control. If ever, Pero medyo mahirap na makapasok dito ng B. But positioning is a bit tight para sa Vengeance. Actually, I don't like this. They're not that spread out.
Oh my goodness. Lalo na kapag umabot yung double flank dito ng R7. Ajax and JCD are gonna have a good time unless
Ayun
Kara
lang,
and Aldrich, they fight
JCD,
out of it.
brother.
Hindi na siya sobrang sikip at this point. Now R7, now rely on Charles. He hits one tap. Yun nga lang, si Ajax,
Oh.
that pasok na din with another, so it was winnable for both sides of the team. Yun nga lang, Aldrich hits
One.
another shot, no time whatsoever. Para kay Charles, it looked promising nung nagsimula tayo sa execute, pero sa Vengeance, it's as easy as one more cult shot papunta kay Charles. With the time running down as well, it's a 7-round no-brainer para sa Vengeance.
Yeah, medyo binadali ni JCD yung flank na dito sa hotel. In all honesty, I feel like that would have been possible para sa R7. Pero Vengeance, good awareness galing sa kanila dito, especially from Alretz, making sure that that AWM is drained from that hotel entrance. Grabe naman yun, Vengeance. So far, performing well on both halves dito sa Ankara map natin. And ayun nga, you can see the struggle dito ng R7 to get anything started. But at the same time, di naman sila kulang sa kills. It's really about losing a lot of 1v1s dito sa mapa.
Yeah.
At the same time, yung Vengeance kasi naka-caught off guard sila sa, or rather si R7, naka-caught off guard sa more defaulty style ni Vengeance dito, which you do rarely see sa Impact.
That and how willing they are to take fights then on the post plant, no? Just 2 shots clearly were more than enough para ma-halt mismo yung speed ng R7. Kita mo si Jeffrox at si JCD, they were willing to take fight with Sua. It's the same for him as well. Entry from Vince. Even though he was blinded, mukhang kuwang-kuwa pa nga niya yung devil kill dito. As Jams and Charles are down, R7 now playing the retake yet again.
Yeah. Bad timing, honestly. Throwing the flash at the wrong time on that Vince position. Ngayon, CA secured na. R7 is probably around they would likely lose. Medyo mahirap na makapasok ulit dito. Flash is gonna go through on that top A position. Asinit can't be blinded at all. Jeffrox, mabibiktima na nga dito ng M4 ni Asinit as he does get the 2K. Eventually, Ajax will get him 8-3. Vengeance, 2 points away from closing out itong Ankara map, and R7 blindsided na naman. Another just straight up execute galing sa Vengeance.
Not looking good, pare, for R7. Giving so many rounds. Definitely crucial para sa mga standings natin, no? As Alretz
that's
continues to
tragic.
hit shots like that. Ajax down, sniper gone para sa R7. As it looks like Jam is fully aware that CJ is just holding yung within doors natin. Killed off eventually. 4v4 Asinit after his presence dun sa may A site. Mukhang tatapos siya dito on the way towards B as he kills off one Kara with another. Every single pillar from R7 is getting capped off by Vengeance.
Yun nga, with Kara performing like this, kind of hard to stop him. 14-6 so far with 10 headshots. And Aldrich scoring a lot in this game as well. Para naman sa R7, it has only been itong si Jeffrox realistically. Ajax has been hitting some nice shots pero not enough output from yung sniper ng R7. So Charles having to clutch up. But yun lang, as it will instantly spot him. B-side plant underway. And medyo malayo dito si JCD.
Layo talaga. Sana may dala siyang pamiesta. Pansit. Maybe a couple of barbecue sticks para lang makapasok dito into this 1v4. Si Kara lang ang mamimit niya dito. And with a performance like this, it is no doubt that Kara is gonna hit a shot like that. Set point para sa Vengeance against the map pick of the players on R7, pare, no? And we had a lot of doubt into this, no? There was a chance that you could have actually picked one of your better maps, but this being Ankara, I don't know, man. The choice kind of feels a little iffy for me, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, no, the port wasn't that good of a choice as well para sa Vengeance. But, you know, here we are. I guess, yun nga, Vengeance doing R7 a favor siguro dito pare by picking that map number 1. Pero Alret's down in an early position thanks to that shot kay Ajax. Vengeance has to be careful not to get too desperate para tapusin yung game na to or else they'll get cursed once again dito sa mapa. Pero Kara wanting that kill dito kay Jam and he finally gets it. Pero JCD with a fast reply from that high mid position. Vents possibly occupied pero si Ajax pa makakuha dun kay Sua. If Sua got that kill, A-site sana para dito sa Vengeance, men.
One of the only times that their default playstyle has bit them in the rear. At mukhang si Jeffrox mamimesta na lamang 1 kill. In fact, 1v3 hasn't it spotted all the way towards wooden doors. So Inahabol na siyang tatlong R7 players as they're trying to walk in towards the RS position. Habang si Azanet may space pa para laruin kung saan niya gustong mag-plant. Hymed also an option for him kung gusto niya makakuha ng kahit sinong kill. Pero I think the first contact for him would be itong si Ajax, but he has the AWM, so medyo risky yung magiging position niya dito. 1 minute on the clock. A site wide open, the closest bomb site para sa kanya, and he decides to linger inside of it. While R7 have all the numbers in the world para ma-overwhelm naman naging isang si Azanet na literal na 2 bullets na lang mapapatay siya ng kahit sino dito.
Yeah, I think the best case scenario siguro, yep, Azanet gonna plan for entrance A. Siguro boxes siya maglalaro dito, or he can actually play all the way from that 2F position and maybe can surprise itong si Charles or si JCD. This is actually perfect. This is perfect and can potentially get to. Pero JCD, I think he's aware. Yun lang. I mean, if you've played this game for the longest time, I think alam mo na kung anong sitwasyon yung kalabasan doon in this 1v3. There's like, yep, he's gonna plan for 2F and aakit na lang siya dun sa high mid and is gonna attempt this. Pero R7 too good for those kinds of tricks. Pero realistically, still Vengeance pa rin yung match point dito. So, yeah, any single mistake from R7 and that is map over, pare.
Absolutely, pare. I think at this point, R7 are still trying to linger around yung idea ng default playstyle ng Vengeance, no? And the only time that they actually got punished was that previous round nung nakuha nila yung mid control early on. CA not as flexible as usual in that position. Now, Jeff Rocks now holding yung mismong CA natin. Medyo risky nga na tinatransport yung bomb nila dito as they have full hotel control. Pero if he has the perfect timing, he could catch off these two players na mukhang nabigay na lang yung window to possibly be a split push in towards B, and Ajax did not expect it. Azanet already inside of that B site. At mukhang si JCD lamang ang mag-iisang standalone guardian para lang hindi makapasok ang Vengeance, which already have control over stairs. Si Jeff Rocks with the flank as well. Car's not gonna hit the shot. Eventually, si Jeff Rocks ang makakapanalo dito. 4v4. Plant coming down as well with the spray on through Azanet and Alretz. They put all focus in towards that RS position. Jeff Rocks and Charles though, they make it a 1v1. At si Azanet na lang playing around that slide position. Charles trying to wiggle around yung batteries natin. Spotted yung ulo at mukhang konting taps lang. Kuhang-kuha ni Charles para sa 5th round ng R7.
Yun nga, this kind of game smells familiar para sa VNG. So they're gonna need to calm down and close out itong mapa natin. I mean, R7 obviously, itong si Jeff Rocks and the rest of the squad have been in this position before where they had to come back from a huge deficit. So, know exactly what to do dito sa mapa natin. Problem lang, kung may mapick sa kanila dito, this is not gonna be too good of news. Pero yung A-side of players though, I like na medyo naging aggressive sila dito and willing to go for those openers. And Ajax, speaking of opening, Hotel is open 24/7 para sa kanila dito thanks to that sniping. Vengeance looking to attempt an A-side take. That's the entirety of their fake. The other player in that hotel position, Charles with the spray. Nakuha na ka na isa. Jam will get Azanet. Jam will get Kara. Alretz lang natira dito sa Vengeance. And he will get naded. He will get tapped out. 9 and 6 R7. Possibilities are endless dito sa mapa natin. All of a sudden, they only need 3 to tie it up in order to take it to overtime, pare. Vengeance, they need to finish it now before
3.
things will get out of hand, man.
Just 3 more rounds for OT, pare. And if you remember, that's also 3 straight rounds para sa R7. The lucky number back. That it's going to be a very aggressive high mid push. Coming through from Vengeance. Mukhang hindi na-expect ni Jam. He has to win out the fight. Kara eventually gets the first blood. They are already sa exit, pare. Pero with the flash, Charles is gonna get 3 kills. In fact, nag-iisang nasa A-site. At mukhang siya na lang yung kinailangan ng R7. Spotted pa nga yung nasa labas ng A-site. But Azanet kills it off. A triple kill para sa Vengeance as well. Si Charles na lang. Siya lahat ang gumawa. Pero baka hindi pa sapat para
C4.
sa R7 ito, pare. C4 claimed up by Azanet. B-site wide open for him. Angle trained. It does not hit the shot. But eventually, Alretz will pick up the 10th round. And it will be yung first set para sa Vengeance. Ankara goes towards their way, pare.
What a way to end it, no? Itong mapa na Ankara last round, pushing itong mid, going into high mid, going into spawn, and all the fights happen in exit. So, ayun nga, everyone just filed on in And ayun nga, fortunately para dito sa Vengeance, the C4 wasn't in too bad of a position na kailangan pa ni Charles na mag-swing from a site. And Alretz has the handle of it. Granted, he did miss that first shot. He only needed to hit that second one. And Vengeance, ayun nga, with a very, very good start dito sa game natin. Just like I was said, R7, if you mess up once, then the map is over. And obviously, nagkamali sila doon.
Yeah, and another mistake that they also had was nahiyaan lang nilang ma-activate yung mga players na dapat hindi ma-activate sa kanilang side. Kara definitely on good form as in it. Very good lurk timing as well from him. Talagang nakikita mo na sometimes you just need as in it, pare. When it comes to that execute sa kanila, talagang very reliable on that rifling. At saka nga naman na even on their GR side, very much impressive yung newcomer nating si CJ. How many times have we seen this guy solo anchor na mga dalawa, tatlo kukunin niya bago siya mamatay? This guy just was fiery hot today, and it was at the expense of R7, pare. Yung aggression na lagi natin na-expect sa kanila just didn't work out their way this time around.
Yep. Granted si Jello, he's had very good games para dito sa Vengeance, but I feel like they needed a bit of an upgrade para dito sa kanilang backline. And I feel like CJ performed up to expectations bilang sub, and I feel like he's gonna be staying here for a while. Kung ako yung Vengeance, keep him on the team, man, kasi I feel like this formula is working para sa kanila dito. I mean, they can finally close out maps like itong Ankara. I'm a bit worried though para dito sa map 2 ng Vengeance, considering port tapos map pick pa nila yon, obviously GR side start para dito sa R7. So, Vengeance, they need to keep that same energy na nakita natin from their BL sides, Ankara, at madala nila yun dun sa port, pare.
Well, at least sa positives na nakikita natin, si Ajax medyo on form naman with the sniping, So, definitely a sniping 1v1 that we're gonna be expecting out of Alretz at saka kay Ajax, And let's just say Jeff Rocks performed up to standard, pero hindi siya yung above expectations na usually makikita natin from Jeff Rocks, So, I need a little bit more of that oomph, pare. Alam mo yung dagdag na spice kapag kumakain ka ng isang bagay. Parang nagpapa-elevate yun sa mismong kinakain mo. Yun yung hinahanap natin para kay Jeff Rocks. And buti na lang, Charles was there to kind of clean things up na medyo yung nawawala para kay Jeff Rocks dito, Parang masasabi natin that R7 was that close, but not close enough.
Yeah, for sure. R7, it was after the second half started, it was just a horrible defense para sa kanila dito. And they kind of got back into it, pero feeling ko medyo late na rin na nakabalik na din yung R7 sa Ankara map natin. It was already 9. So, didn't really leave yourself any room to make mistakes dito sa map natin. Obviously, Jeff Rocks is gonna perform dito sa Ankara. That's a very common thing to see. But I was just a bit disappointed dito sa mga ibang players ng R7 na in-expect ko naman maybe a bit more output. Galing dito kay Charles, maybe a bit more output. Galing dito kay JCD, granted maganda naman yung mga ibang round nila dito. But then, it wasn't the best first 7 to 8 rounds para sa kanila, pare.
Yeah, not the most exciting first half para sa kanila on GR, where parang ang dami ko nakikitang opportunities na pwede nila kunin yung mid. The only times na nakikita natin na ginawa ng nila yon is nung medyo nagiging late na, kung kailan hot na yung mga players ng Vengeance, Only a few times where we've seen Azinet be willing to actually get the forward spaces. Tapos yung pagpatay nila doon sa may wooden doors, I would have liked to see a lot more of that sa R7, kasi yun yung parang nakasanayan ko sa playstyle nila on Ankara. Siguro naghahanap sila ng time para mas ma-experiment nila yung kung ano yung pwede nilang gawin dito sa map on GR, where honestly it was the CJ show to begin with nung nagde-defend siya doon sa may A side, pero you can't play GR all throughout doon sa half, pare, kaya medyo kailangan na ng konting linis doon sa regard na yun. Pag sa BL naman medyo mas naging maayos sila, mas naging confident na sa mga duels yung mga players nila. And I do think if it was just all GR side, I think Vengeance would have actually lost out on a lot of fights against R7 dito, pare.
Yeah, ayun nga. I mean, I would have wanted to see, maybe Charles having a good pop-off game. It's always fun seeing him, kind of frag out dito sa map natin. At the same time, gusto ko sana makita si Ajax actively challenging itong si Alretz more, because Alretz was just sniping everyone for free, walang pressure whatsoever, from the R7 squad. I mean, the only reason kung bakit mamamatay siya, I guess, is probably him missing and him get tasted down. Pero most of the time nakikita ko si Alretz dito, he's just sitting comfortably, in his sniper spot and just picking off yung R7 players isa-isa dito.
Ay, grabe naman no. As we take a look, yung set summary natin, 10-6 nga for Vengeance. As honestly, we kind of expected that consistency out of them. 1.70 para kay Kara, 1.60 fall Arlets, tapos positive na positive nga naman tong si Azanet. So definitely more than just consistent, talagang showing up where they need to nga naman no. But to be a little bit more objective pare no, parang ito yung dapat natin talaga makita sa Vengeance na medyo nawawala pa nga dahil dun sa mga times na natatalo nga sila before the game that they had last week. So it's a welcome opportunity, especially integrating tong si CJ after Jeloy being lost on the sauce dito sa ating roster. So I guess if they're gonna move forward with this kind of roster, then I'm all here for it pare, if it means being consistent sa roster natin.
Yeah, but I mean, just look at yung CJ, CD Jam, and si Ajax. I mean, granted, Ajax, it did hit some very nice shots, but their AP suggests otherwise na they really had any lasting impact dito sa game natin. Pero, ayun nga, may Kara, Alreds, Azaret, as long as these three perform, I think they're gonna be fine against R7. And, ayun nga, no, this is why being a Vengeance fan is a roller coaster. Kasi, ayun nga, no, these are the high highs, and what happens when we see the low lows dito pare. Maybe we are gonna see it snap number 2. Pero I mean, so far, ganda ng form dito na Vengeance. And if Suwa can just play slightly better dito pare, hindi ko kinda i-take this series actually.
Honestly, that's very much true, pare. So as we take a look at yung set MVP natin, malalaman natin kung sino sa tatlo at mukhang si Kara pa nga ito no. At one point, the 30 Bomber has claimed up yung set point natin at yung set MVP for this series as a whole, 1.06 para sa KR niya. He's been killing everybody every single time nung nasa GR siya yung active din, nagro-rotate all the way from high mid, coming up in towards that CA control para meron silang sandwich play na nangyayari every single time. And I think he was also the MVP pagdating doon sa kanilang BL start no? Kasi parang it's just so comfortable to watch, to see this guy just outfrag everybody on the server. And now that he's already back on form pare, it's just gonna be good sales from him moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, kung ako si Suwa dito or si Azanet, and I think I'll just send it in every single time. I don't care if I'm 3 and 7, 2 and 7, 136 KD pare. I mean, if my support player is performing exactly like this, then mamomotivate akong mag-NP ng mas malala dito. So, yun nga, no, props to the homie. Really does a good job of kind of holding the line para sa kanyang team, but at the same time, he's allowing itong si Suwa, despite his, not so stellar na score pare, to go faster and, take map control to Vengeance dito pare.
Yeah. And if that's gonna be the case para sa kanila on that port map, hopefully Suwa can catch up. Hopefully Suwa can adapt nga sa pace at tempo na ginagawa ng Vengeance this time around. R7 down 0-1. A very tall task ahead of them. They're coming into the map pick of Vengeance. Pero you've also said time and time again, this is not a bad map for them as well. So sa tingin mo ba, magbabago na ito para sa R7 pagdating natin sa port map, Charles?
Maybe it is gonna change para sa R7. I feel like it is a better shot para sa R7 kumpara nga dito sa Ankara, no? But we're gonna have to wait and see. I mean, obviously, Vengeance, there's a reason kung bakit nila pinik yung map na to. But that PL side is still something they have to go through.
That's true. That's true. So hopefully it will be a good game para sa pareho nating kupunan. 1-0 para sa Vengeance. Pero sa ating second set ay malalaman natin kung makakapag-outlast nga ba ang R7 against this Vengeance squad when we throw into a short break. So huwag kayong aalis. Magbabalik ang Impact Summer. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang aksyon sa Impact Summer 2025 as we have the two Titans battling head-to-head dito sa ating magiging second set. Ang Vengeance laban sa Ray 7 Ermita. At nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog. Ang pagkatapos ng Angkara ay papasok tayo dito sa port kung saan nga naman ay parehong alam na mapa para sa pareho nating kupunan. Pero what do you think is the stark difference para sa pareho nating teams kung gusto nila manalo, Sneaky?
Well, I think R7 definitely has more experience pagdating sa map ng port, pero yung Vengeance has been a team for longer, no? So I think teamwork is gonna be on the side ng Vengeance dito. And R7, ayun nga, no? I mean, historically, galing din sa last Impact, they've done pretty well naman dito sa mapa na to. So I think they're gonna be fine para dito sa first half. I think yung objective lang talaga dito ng Vengeance is to at least get something going dito sa BL side kasi you really don't require that much rounds to take over, no? Dito sa mapa na to, I think you only need 3 at most, siguro 4 kung medyo swerte ka pa nga, pero usually most of the time we do see like 2 and 3 and maybe a comeback happening dito sa second half if ever they choose to do so, pare.
I mean, they've been defaulting all throughout doon sa Angkara kanina, which honestly, kapag pasok dito sa Porte, mas nagsusut na nga siguro ngayon yung playstyle para sa kanila. So if they're gonna want to start slow on BL, para lang magkaroon sila ng info, maybe a pick-off or 2, siguro nga naman mas may maayos yun sa pag-transition nila all the way towards that BL position, no? But GR, to start with, para dito sa R7, malaki ang magiging task dito para sa kanilang sniper na si Ajax, which honestly, we need a little bit more juice out of, pare, no? Will he be yung proactive sniper na makikita natin sa kanya, or will he stay top A every single time, pare? Who knows? Kasi at this point, R7, they're willing to try anything, pare.
Yeah, I think simula pa lang ng game na to, no, feeling ko R7 really needs to set the pace immediately dito, pare. I think they cannot allow BNG to really gain any distance or at least really feel like they can win dito sa first half. Pero R7 just as a good old standard 2-1-2. And with Ajax dito sa top A in that usual position where the sniper is. So let's see anong gagawin ng Vengeance dito.
Talaga. We'll stack up back towards that B-side position as they also make some presence all the way on bridge. Ang Vengeance nakakuha na ng space all the way towards that Z side. So it's telling me na baka magiging endgame nila on that P. Ang ganda ng nade throw. Ang ganda ng damage all the way done towards Azanet, who does trade a bit more damage all the way towards Charles as well. So the 1 minute on the round does not spell disaster for either of these teams, pero medyo interesting na place nila both si Alretz at saka si CJ on the respective positions. Pwede sila makapag-push on B or A site, but as of the time, can actually try to contest itong curve position para lang ma-surprise yung dalawang anchors on the B side, pare.
That's big nade. Big damage. As in it, half HP already. Charles cannot get the full spray down. Instead, si Jeff Rox na lang pala makakuha nun. Alretz, the only one left alive. The sniper spotted dito sa B side is gonna fall to his doom. And R7, first round on the board para sa kanila dito. Bit of a mid-take potentially to pivot into A side. Prevented dito ng R7 defense.
Chilling lang si Jeff Rox na malapit lang sa may bodega, which kind of gave him the open opportunity para lang masprayan sila nung focus na focus sila kay Charles, pare, no? So may distraction at may bait and switch pang nangyari. So R7 definitely working well on the map on their GR side. Performing as expected. Jeff Rox though not expecting to si Kara. Nakapasok pa nga dito sa may CA control. So early 1 for nothing. No HP tong si Kara, so that's also to be of note. Pero still, numbers advantage giving to Vengeance, and R7 now relegating tong si Charles to hold yung mid natin.
Yep, Jeff Rox already out of the picture to start ng round. CA not going to be taken in their hands. But okay lang naman yung depensa dito ng R7. I think they can just stay where they are. I think mid's gonna be a bit of trouble para sa kanila dito as Vengeance has been targeting it for the past few rounds. And the only realistic fight na meron sila dito was itong si Jeff Rocks trying to check from that CA position. Pero Ajax, I think, fully aware na an A-side take could be underway. CJ Sua in that CA position. Flashes, nades are gonna start to be thrown dito sa top A natin. And yeah, Vengeance gonna start to swing for the hills. Hasn't it a bit too early for that swing? Ajax gonna take that opportunity, pare. M4 gonna do a bit of damage. Charles will get itong si CJ, and all of a sudden, BNG reduced to 3 as well as itong R7. Thanks to that kill dito kay Ajax, kind of from behind. Will not get tagged dito kay Jam actually, pero tignan mo yung HP bars ng Vengeance. Medyo mababa na rin dito. R7, Charles opportunity flashed on that ace side. Kara will get JCD. Charles will get Suwa in return 2 versus 2, pero yun lang, naubos pa nga ng Vengeance. Etong R7, medyo pinatagal dito sa A-side, and it's actually them coming out on top.
And with Vengeance also committed sa position nila, they can't really do anything but fight since medyo malayo na sila all the way towards LA. There's communication problems aside, mukhang na-sweep nila yun because of how well they're able to coordinate into the situation pagkatapos ng kill nila to make it a 3v3. R7, sobrang lapit na nga since Charles was also in the prime position para masuportahan tong si Ajax, but Vengeance did a good job of trying to knock away yung mga nag-rotate pa lang all the way towards exit, so would have been anyone's game, pero the priority towards yung ladder at saka yung top A really has done good wonders para sa Vengeance to save the round entirely. So 1-1 back in towards the control of Vengeance this time around as they walk back in towards their default. 2 players back in towards LB this time. And an opportunity para kay CJ para makapag-lurk, pero Ajax is not gonna move a muscle. The stars of the show dito ay yung dalawang anchors mismo sa B-side.
So yun nga, Kara down to half HP. Has been the spark plug para sa opensa ng kanyang team dito. But another A fake. And it is actually going to be R7 slightly biting. Pero hindi pa rin gumagalaw yung mga B players dito. They don't really have to. A side could just be defended by 2 players, no problem. So, dalawa pa rin. And possibly a rotation galing dito kay Charles that could get them in trouble. Jeff Rocks actually clearing itong ST. That's gonna be early information na walang manggagaling dito sa ace side. But Kara has a chance to get this flank going. Charles, JCD in that curve position. BNG nakapasok na pero hindi pa nila mabababa ang C4 dito. Jeff Rocks from behind. Is anyone gonna be watching his position? CJ, a bit too busy to watch itong HB. Alred's now looking good timing para sa kanya, but the headshot, not expecting Jeff Rocks from the LB position. At nagkaubusan na nga ang BNG dito sa site. Sua will not even see the C4 tick to 30, pare. That's a 10-second retake from R7, pare.
You noted yung flank all the way from Jeff Rocks nung nasa steel door pa lang siya. And that perfect moment, that's when JCD and Jam decided na hindi nila lalabanan yung pag-entry ng Vengeance. They both went back towards sa likod ng B-site itself. At hindi din sila nagpipick. Sa ilang flashes na binabato sa kanila, sa namin taong pumasok ng Vengeance sa B-site, hindi sila nagpick. At dahil din doon, yung Vengeance medyo nag-hesitate sa pagkuha ng objective kasi hindi nila makita ng kahit sino. Baka ma-overwhelm sila at baka nga din naman naisip nila na parang madali lang pala kunin yung B-site na to no? So they were just surprised, pare.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's still the exact same. This is just how port works, man. Kailangan mo lang ng early rotator from that exit position who is also helping with that mid play. Vengeance. Oh, but as in it will get taken down, but I think that's fine. A fine casualty para sa Vengeance, a 1-for-1. Wala ng sniper itong R7, and Vengeance can just wait around, potentially set up a re-hit dito sa A site if ever they choose to do so. So, wouldn't be surprised if you see a player galing sa R7 scrambling to get that AWM back, pare.
That's true. Jeff Rocks is there para he has an opportunity to hold that if he wants to. He is the type of player na can change up to whatever weapon suits the situation. But this time, Vengeance, as you mentioned, there's an opportunity for them to re-hit. And re-hit, it looks like it will be daming tao doon sa may LA. And the fact that they killed off Ajax, they know about that. The sniper is down. And I don't think Jeff Frost is actually willing to take the sniper. He wants to take the fight closely. As Kara's gonna entry on down. One shot to the dome. Double kill para kay Jeff Frost. Good enough damage into a 3v2. CJ, all he can do is try to relegate the numbers. And it looks like it's done enough.
Wait, hold on.
Double kill for CJ. An opportunity for Vengeance to steal away the round despite the numbers advantage kanina.
Yun lang, CJ, nabawasan ka pa nga from that exit position. Alred's the only one left alive. Has to take this first shot kay Charles, pero parehong silang magta-top A dito. Alretz will not even get to peek, will not even get to shoot. As a retake, galing dito sa R7, CJ, bit risky on that drop down, no? Medyo makikita ka ng dito sa mga railing near that exit position, and he does get taken down to half HP ASAP. And R7, yun nga, just like I said, they're just playing the map, good defense, good shots. Pero Ajax maybe a bit too excited to peek itong B-side position. Pero Jeffrox makakuha ng dalawa. All of a sudden, it is equal on both sides. 3 versus 3, and it's a full retake from LB.
Team flank coming through from R7. The experimentation does not end here. As Jam, he's gonna entry on down. CJ gets a spray down, double kill. And a 1v2 para kay Charles. Alres just holding through the smoke, and it looks like a one-way para kay Charles this time. Alres picking up the last 2-3 para sa Vengeance. A bit of a ballsy play para sa R7. And nobody would expect a triple flank. Pero Vengeance had it red kanina, and R7 able to capitalize on this despite it.
Yeah, and Ajax, once again, naghahanap na ng early position dito sa may house entrance. There's a bit of a gap on that right side to try and catch any core players off guard. Pero Vengeance trying to target that A side once again. R7, I'm actually surprised na hindi nila challenge yung mid masyado, but I think they're gonna be fully aware na Vengeance is pouring a whole lot of numbers just to get that mid control. Pero Jeffrox spotted on top A. And actually, surprisingly enough, nasa kapilang side ng mapa itong si Ajax. So Ajax, opportunity to defend from his spot. Ajax spotted dito sa BR, decides to repeak itong si Alretz and gets dinked in the process, pare. 3 players low para sa R7. This is not looking good.
One of the only times that we've seen them active on that mid side. Already quickly punished thanks to the presence of Kara. Already is now back towards CA. What a flick from JCD. A really nice shot coming through. Kara down, CA control already lost by Vengeance. Quickly turning on its head. Somehow, yung health disadvantages na meron ng R7, yung damage na nakuha nila kanina, mitigated thanks to the amount of players that they still have. Pero Vengeance fully investing back in towards that mid position. Charles not expected. CJ gonna hit the shot. Already rotating back in towards exit where he's gonna hit the shot yet again. Sua with a headshot. JCD gets a really good spray down. A 1v2 for Alretz. Pulls out the code. Kills off ng si JCD. 48 seconds. Has to pick up the bomb. Pero yun nga lang, Jam and Ajax not too far behind. He has the AWM pero there's a bit of hesitancy from him.
No.
Quick scope does not hit. Colt does the 1v1. Sniper versus sniper. And Ajax already with that nade gives the info. Alvarez hits the quick scope. Vengeance gets the third round equalization.
Yun nga. Opportunity of a lifetime para dito sa Vengeance. They have gotten 3 rounds dito sa BL side nila. And ito yung sinasabi ko, R7, maybe a bit too late to try and reinforce itong mid defense kasi Vengeance, if you've done this last round, man, they could have actually prevented this from happening. Especially wala masyado nagko-contest ng CA other than dito kay Jeffrox, and he's been caught multiple times thanks to that flash, and JCD will get a bit too greedy dito para Jeffrox around the corner. Good flash from BR, pero Kara pa rin yung mahuhulog doon. How did that happen?
Oh, Kara. The second time in a row that CA is not your favorable position, pare. Sayang, men, kasi Jeff Ross was in a very, very bad spot. Kakataas lang niya dito. Bakit naman CA? Pero mukhang trade na train siya dito sa angle. JCD with a good trade-off din. At least now, 1-for-1 setup. LA. Already you know that CJ is gonna try to make some noise. There's a possibility na fake nga lang to dahil sa ginagawa ni CJ. Also, LB. Very much open for the taking no? But because there's the lack of info doon sa may Z position at saka yung pagbigay nila on CA, they're not willing to take the risk of a split up yet again. So the only thing that they have going for them is that double push doon sa may house B, pare.
Oh, Jeffrox getting a bit frisky dito sa mid, pero feeling ko may mag-check dito. CJ a bit sus. Pero siya pala yung masaspatan dito sa BR. No control whatsoever. And all missing a shot dito kay Ajax. That could have been the opportunity. Jam nasa God box will not get as in it. Instead, si Charles na lang pala makakuha nun. 4 and 3. R7 back in the lead dito sa game natin, and they're gonna need to get the rest of the round dito sa half, or else, risk having a worse second half dito sa map, min.
Yeah, man. The absolute thing that you have to do is to get as much rounds as possible, at least on the BL side. Vengeance doing exactly that now. Putting all their nades in one basket, all the way towards top A. Ajax hitting one shot despite him getting blinded. Kara down, spray down coming through from Jeff Rocks. Looks like he only gets one. Si Sua, makakasagot pa nga lang, but R7 still having full control doon sa may A site. It's just gonna be all that's left, pare. The sniper is already knocked out thanks to Jam and his presence. A 5th round para sa R7. The 2-round lead that we've been looking for dito sa GR natin.
Yun nga. 2-point lead is what they need. They're gonna need to get this last one as well kung gusto nga nilang magkaroon ng at least a somewhat comfortable second half. But comfortable is an understatement, pare. This is already a bad situation para sa GR side ng R7. So they're gonna try to recover from it. Pero back into the default we go. Para sa Vengeance and Sua. I think he should have known na medyo nangungulit na dito si Ajax. He's not exclusively staying in that top A position. And with Ajax being more enabled dito sa map, ito yung sinasabi ko, man, if Ajax is just slightly more active, Vengeance is gonna have a harder time. Pero Jeff Rocks spotted in top A. Now they realize na walang sniper dito sa top A, but the nade misses by just an inch, pare.
Sayang, pre. Would have been an easy frag onto Jeff Rocks instead. Putting the numbers back into the 5v4 where they're now either thinking of overwhelming tong si Charles or back in towards that split up dun sa B-side. Pero because napatay na tong si Sua, they know that Ajax could be anywhere, but Charles gets spotted by Azinit. Good timing on the peak as well. Ajax, though, is not expected of this position whatsoever, so there's an opportunity for Vengeance back in towards Z. Into a B-site execute where Jam and JCD now have the sole responsibility yet again, but Vengeance can just go back. And not because they killed off tong si Charles kanina, an easier entry could be possible, but Ajax, trained on the angle, no scope does not hit. Has to go back to safety, pero he wants to take the fight yet again, as it down. Kara with another, as Jeff Rocks gets the trade off in time. Vengeance, they're getting relished in this crossfire. At mukhang si Aldrich na lang, caught out as well. One shot to the dome, 2v1, but a spray down is enough para kay Jam to get a 6-3 para sa R7. Not a perfect scenario, but a lead nonetheless for their GR side.
Yeah, could have been a lot worse, honestly, para dito sa R7. Could have been 5 and 4 with the way that things were going, no? Para dito sa Vengeance. But Vengeance opportunity now to defend this map, and I feel like, pagdating naman sa more defaulty style, that is where Vengeance does get most of their strength. But speaking of, this is not looking defaulty at all, hasn't it? Getting a bit frisky in that mid position. JCD will get taken down, pero Azinit, decides to run with the smoke out, pare. He could have gotten a second one if he actually had his gun out, pare. Charles, Jam, last two players. I mean, 2 players that are already wounded dito sa round natin, pare. Jeff Rocks at Ajax need to produce some magic.
Another thing that also kind of caught me off guard was kung gaano kabuhay pa si Kara, dun sa forward push na ginawa ni Azinit, both of them would have been dead to rights. Si Charles hindi niya masyadong napansin because of the smoke given to them on towards the mid side. So, lucky to be alive itong si Kara. But Charles and Jam medyo sugutan sa naging encounter onto the mid side as well. So, Z controlled by Sua. In the process of that, Jam also with an opportunity with his low HP to open a window. Pero yun nga lang, na-shutdown na agad ni Sua. But a golden headshot. House B now full focus para sa R7 as Charles gonna try to entry with his low HP. Kills off CJ. Good control. No presence at all for Sua, which is honestly kind of understandable since ang daming players doon sa may LB kanina. Now he backs up to safety para nang maglaro ng mas maayos na defense onto the backlines of that B site.
Jeff Rocks. I mean, still, man, how did they get themselves out of this situation, pare? In R7, if they can get themselves out of this one, yun nga, this could be a very, very good start to the round. But Jeff Rocks getting a bit frisky in that underside on bridge. Sua around the corner. Jeff Rocks spotting him, but Sua gets the better of him with that M4. Ajax spotted that into mid. Good timing, galing kay Alretz. But then Charles wanting to get that mid control. Pero merong dalawang players dito. As soon as he shoots, that's gonna be the second player around the corner potentially. Pero Suwa will get taken down. Charles in the open will finally fall. 6-4 Vengeance with their first round dito sa GR side, which is not a good sign para sa R7, but they're just gonna need to throw everything at the wall pare until something sticks.
Both sides experimenting, ano? A default playstyle sana na-expect natin sa Vengeance, pero sobrang active nila dun sa mid at sa LA naman sila magsisimula. They expect one player to actually get themselves a lurking position. Si Ajax yun kanina, buti na lang na-smoke siya dito as it will be a very aggressive push on towards curve. Aldret's not expecting this. It will be run down by Charles. B site wide open and Vengeance gonna have to play a very uncomfortable retake in a 4v5.
Low HP pa naman dito si Jam. That's the only solace that they have at the moment. Nades going into curve. Hasn't gonna get hit through that smoke. Flash nades, everything gonna go through. Wala na silang, or actually meron pa sila mga HEs dito. So the bottom B players could be in danger. CJ with the swing. Suwakara. Down they go dito sa curve. 7-4. R7 with a round in return. So 3 more rounds para sa R7 and they are back into it. Vengeance need to answer immediately dito pare.
The fast sweep. And that's one of the risks of trying to do a triple LA setup, no? An open angle in towards that curve position. That definitely caught Aldret's off guard, pare, no? So definitely a solid push from R7. And even dun sa backside hold na ginagawa nila kanina, pero Kara, spotted tong si Jam. JCD could possibly follow, pero yun nga lang, ganda ng control. Kaso ang daming damage na nakuha niya dito, no? Sa pag-push on CA. So back into a 4v4. And back in towards that house B where si Suwa, because of the smoke, also covers his position. So at least there's some peace in this sort of war na ginagawa ngayon ng R7.
Kara already down at the start of the round, which is definitely what you don't want to see kung kayo yung Vengeance dito. I want to keep him alive as much as possible, pero as in it's spotted through those tracers. Pero steady pa rin yung depensa dito na Vengeance. No reason to move anytime soon. CJ, however, gonna be a bit of trouble para sa kanya dito. Oh, but the timing is real para kay CJ. This crossfire could be the beginning of the end ng R7 push. Pero CJ gonna get spotted instead. Suwa will get peaked. CJ could not get any players.
What?
Yun lang, man. They lose B side. Ajax will take as in its head off. And CJ, I'm just saying, that was all you, man.
Totoo, man. Would have gotten some at least one of them. Suwa medyo hindi expected sa position niya, because he was on top 2F. Not really the best angle to actually fight off yung mga players na lalabas ng LB, no? So si CJ talaga sana, pero wala, man. It's just the pace and tempo coming through from R7 now, shining through on the sport map. So you're gonna get the 8th round inevitably. At medyo sa BL side pa sila nagkakaroon ng parang magandang simula, no? So, what is the thing about Vengeance right now? Na mapipick up sila minsan sa mga CA pushes nila, eh. Tapos, parang masyado na atang invested dun sa double crossfire. I really do feel like CJ needed to hit that shot there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Suwa needed to be first contact in that position, but at the same time, you usually don't make presence dito sa House B. Because you're trying to really surprise the opponent. Pero man, CJ, yeah. If he couldn't get that first headshot, basically cooked from that position. So, 8 para dito sa R7. Vengeance now stuck on 4 dito sa kanilang GR side. And it's a lot more far back yung kanilang depensa this time. Not much in the way of early peaks. So, it's more about just individual defenders playing together. So, R7 actually gonna allow this kasi meron ang push na nangyari kanina galing dito kay Kara at kay Azenit. So, they're not gonna move forward anytime soon.
Yeah. Try that once and yung pa nga sana yun, nagkaroon sila ng success, no? So, maybe R7 isn't the wiser. They already have themselves yung House B control. And you could also see the wariness coming through from Jeff Rocks as well, watching the flank as they're now fighting inside of that site. Yun nga lang, Suwa's gonna run and gun him down. CJ, the only sacrifice. Looks like Charles is able to get themselves a 3 versus 3. Mukhang hindi pa yung response coming through from the retake itself. Azenit able to get the shot dito kay Charles in there. Already go back towards that House B execute where now Ajax has an opportunity. Hits the shot kay Azenit.
Oh,
yung nga lang si Kara
Ajax.
nandito din. 1v2. Jeff Rocks has the C4. He's already inside of that A site. Mukhang 1v2 retake scenario na lang to para sa dalawang players on Vengeance.
I mean, if it's any spot, if it's any person as well to do it, might as well be itong si Jeff Rocks. So Jeff Rocks gonna decide to go dito sa bodega instead. Actually, like this, he could separate yung dalawang riflers dito if he ever chooses the right spot. Pero tama ba yung tingin nila? Yun na nga, that's the 1 versus 1. But why would you quick switch, Jeff Rocks? Why would you quick switch, pare? Oh no, napindot yung Q twice. I mean, rookie mistakes from R7, pero sige. I mean, still a 3-point lead, but man, yeah, no comment on that one. Anyways, B-side take is underway para dito sa R7. They're gonna try to recover from that prior mistake. It's getting a bit desperate. CJ will get itong si Jam. Charles will get taken down as well. Low na dito si CJ and si Suwa. CJ will dodge that HE. Finally will get taken down, pero alam ba nila na nandito pa si Suwa na nasa baba. JCD will get the clear, will get the player, pero Alretz with a Colt all the way from curve.
Kara
Will shoot his head off. Kara from behind. Ajax, I think naspatan niya na meron tao dito sa HP. That's the first one down. Jeff Rocks, known entity sa loob ng site. Kara with a double kill. 8-6. Vengeance with a slow comeback. And R7 in a bit of trouble now dito sa game natin, pare.
bit of overinvestment in towards yung naging fast execute na ginagawa ng R7 now. Charles medyo na-punish from the drop down in towards ibaba. Yung, honestly, it worked out the first time, pero sa round ito, medyo na-expect na nga sila dito eh, no? Kaya, not much damage done. They kind of put at least one more players sa pag-push all the way towards ibaba, which honestly, prime position para kay Alretz. And because of that delay, Kara just needed to get himself in the prime position for that flank coming through. So, really, Vengeance had it all throughout. 8-6 now. In towards this 2-1-2 setup na sinasabi mo nga kanina na sama-sama lang yung dalawang defenders na meron sila. Jeff Rocks na back in towards his lurking position na medyo na-expect na natin sa kanya sana. Pero R7, fully aware about that player na gumagawa ng ingay all the way towards CA. So, they're gonna have to be careful about Kara this time around. Because CJ's not moving a muscle, they know that LA is gonna be a threat if pupush nga sila dito. What?
Sa pagkakaalam ko, hindi po abot yan yung vision ni Alretz with that AWM. So, lots of rookie mistakes going on dito sa map and port. But let's see, Alretz in that top A position. Ajax with a very nice one-way. Could maybe see him just a bit. And yun lang is gonna get caught watching that CA position. R7 full go on that A site. Ajax will get us in it. And Jeff Rocks with an easy flank, pare. R7 finally match point after multiple rounds galing dito sa Vengeance, pare. But one mistake, Kara's definitely gonna be tilted pagkatapos niyan, pare.
Totoo, man. You already talked about it. Alretz not having his back. At masyado na napalayo sa taglay itong si Kara.
It's not even Alretz's fault, man. Nasobrang
Yeah,
lang siya
exactly.
ng paglikod.
Exactly.
That's
Kara just pushed a little bit too far. Maybe he was expecting that nobody's gonna watch that, but 100% somebody's gonna watch that for an R7 side. So basically just gonna be another round para sa R7 now. 2-1. B site now again. Fully focused up by CJ tsaka kay Suwa. Godbox controlled by CJ right now as R7's gonna look to end this in one round, in one go. Flash already in prime position para kay Ajax. And possibly everything riding on this defense. Meron kay Suwa tsaka kay CJ as the flash comes through. Jam gonna entry on in. Charles gonna be found as well. Headshot found from Suwa. As these are gonna try to bounce back from this. As CJ gets a double kill from Godbox. Di makalabas si GCD at tsaka si Jeff Rocks. Low on HP. And CJ's gonna take the high ground to get themselves the 7th round. A 4K para kay CJ and another round para sa Vengeance, pare.
Ayun nga. Vengeance still hanging on for dear life dito sa game natin. R7 trying to make a detour happen dito sa mapa. Maybe try and throw a curveball just to catch itong Vengeance off guard, but they weren't really caught off guard at all. R7 naman maybe wanting to go in a different route this time. tamang default lang at the start of the round. I really do want to see them trying to take itong CA, considering the medyo far back naman si Azenit. So, I really just want to see them at least make an A-split happen dito, pare. Kasi yun nga, pag nagbintis dito si Aldrets, you only have to worry about itong si Kara, and if Azenit, if he does make it dito sa rotation. Pero, ayun nga, R7 still investigating dito sa mapa. Zero information, so it's all a guess para sa kanila dito, this B-site.
Yeah. No split push, so Z is a big question mark. That's why they put a little bit more time para ma-investigate yun. I don't think it's gonna be a split push to B anymore. It looks like full exec papunta dito kay Azenit. Already worked the first time. Mukhang mag-a-attempt pa sila for the second as they rush on in. Azenit spotted, but they have full control over curve right now. That's where CJ is gonna have to shine through with its defense. And nga lang, Azenit and Aldres, they do their best work to get 3 kills para sa Vengeance this time around, 2v3. And full control back in towards the B side. Jeff Rock's already spotted. Suwa gonna try to kill him down. He does so with full grace.
Oh, Ajax!
1v1 para kay Ajax. Mukhang nakuha pa nga niya yung double kill. And the C4 down. Suwa's gonna kill him. Masyado na malapit. And Vengeance able to get the 8th round just because of this.
Ayun nga, Vengeance, if they can take this to overtime actually, pwede pa nilang i-close out yung mapa na to. Considering their BL side wasn't too bad. But it is going to take one more mistake galing sa R7 for that to happen. R7, obviously, this is already the very last round that they can possibly take this in regulation, pare. Still, same exact defense para sa Vengeance. I mean, you don't really have to change anything realistically. 2-1-2 has worked so far dito sa mapa natin.
And I kind of want to comment about yung position ni Azenit sa round kanina, where now he actually takes the same position. He doesn't want to get like the aggressive spot kasi gusto niya bumalik para mag-double up siya with CJ, which honestly worked out so well para sa pag-push nila on curve. They have a stable defense. It's not a crossfire, pero it kind of worked as both like a bait and switch setup as well as just 2 rifles just holding the same spot talaga, you know. So good thing for them. They're able to get themselves yung mas maayos na pag-hold back in towards that curve position. And a good way to kind of end it off because Suwa really needed to win that. Now, one more round para makapag-force ng OT ang Vengeance. This time, 1-3-1 CA. Possibly an attempt para sa R7. Kara. He's gonna be in a one-and-done spot kung hindi macha-check nga to ng R7 right now as 1 minute on the clock na commences. That hesitation is gonna creep in for R7 if they don't do anything right here, pare.
Yeah, R7 with the slow setup on that A site. A split finally underway. Bit of a fake dito sa B site actually.
Kara?
And ayun na nga, andito na R7 but the crossfire is gonna activate para sa Vengeance. JCD will finally get itong si Kara. Jeffrox though from behind will get si CJ. Both sides are open and Vengeance A site is also wide open para sa kanila, man. Azenit the only guy who could realistically stop it. Nako po si Suwa stuck between a rock and a hard place and in between 3 players. Ng R7, 15 seconds left. C4 plant no longer needed. Jeff Rocks will get the finisher as R7 will take itong map number 2.
Well, worked out this time around. That LA push was definitely labored, pero now with their full confidence team rolling forward, at least napatay na itong si Kara, which honestly, he was in a good spot para makakuha pa ng at least more than just 1 kill, pare. Which now R7 just took full advantage. Alret's also not in the best position as well since he just hold up dun sa mismong ibaba ng stairs natin, and which I kind of understand since he was holding yung player na nagpo-push siguro from curve or possibly like a lurk from Jeff Rocks. He already noted his position, so talaga nga namang all sides were trying to be covered by that Vengeance squad. But by the time that they got in top A in full control, by the time that they also killed tong si Kara, you just knew that JCD just wanted to send it, pare. Talagang full confidence from JCD all throughout this game. And a beautiful lurk timing as well from Jeff Prox just wraps the whole round up para sa kanila, you know?
Yeah, I think it's a way better game as well para dito kay Jam. I think with him kind of back in the fray, obviously JCD fragging and itong si Charles fragging, no, kind of made it a whole lot easier. But I also want to highlight itong si Ajax, who also had a hell of a game pagdating dito sa mapa ng Ankara, despite him getting caught from time to time dito ni Aldrets in that first half. Still kept it steady para sa kanyang team. and carried that first half momentum going into the second one. But once again, Jeff Rocks, hell of a performance galing sa kanya dito, being so annoying on both the entry and the lurk para sa kanyang team. So, Vengeance, their backline isn't safe, your frontline isn't safe, pare. Pero granted, it's still a good fight dito sa port.
It was. Despite a few of the rookie mistakes na medyo napansin nga naman natin on their GR, they still were able to show off their firepower talaga no? I think CJ was top fragging nung nag-end tayo dito. I believe he also was a standout from that Ankara map. So his consistency is there. And you can also kind of expect that Kara and Aldex really needed to show up. And show up, they kind of did. Yun nga lang, so many things that they need to polish talaga pare no? Either from communication, from holding down yung LA, yung parang presence na baka hindi super safe yung mga pushes na ginagawa nila. Katulad ng ginawa ni Kara kanina on that LA position na naspatan lang na mabilisan ng Ajax, no? So some few things that they can just work out with just one VOD review, pare. And I think Vengeance can just improve just based off of that lang.
Ayun nga, no, some accidents do happen dito sa mapa, in all honesty. And those two definitely do happen, no? But at the same time, yung timings rin kasi ng pagkakamali nila is really not doing both of these teams any favors, no? That's for sure. So, ayun nga, maybe just to try and recoup na lang siguro for map number 3, which is honestly a mystery para sa akin, no? Kasi R7, obviously, Jeff Rocks, and yung baka ibang players dito ng team came from the Gaon side of things, and Gaon obviously having experience pagdating sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. Yun nga, no? I kind of see maybe them having the advantage dito sa ating map number 3. Para naman sa Vengeance, no, I have not seen them play a single Eagle Eye at all in competition. So that's got me worried para sa kanila dito, pare.
That will be worrying, as you mentioned nga talaga, pare. So, if Vengeance are gonna go through with this, mukhang hindi sa mismong pro play nila makukuha yung kung saan sila naglaro ng Eagle Eye, no? Siguro sa personal experience na lang, but as you take a look at the highlights, it really was a back and forth affair para sa parehong Vengeance at saka sa Rhea 7 Ermita, no? Good shots coming forward from Ajax and some beautiful timings as well from Jeff Rocks, especially no sa mga times na nagpa-flack din siya dito, which honestly really has been the calling card for Rhea 7. Once they get themselves yung full info kung saan nga yung execute, they will cook up a lurk, they will cook up yung mga flanks natin dito, which became a really good foundation for Jeff Rocks right now, who did put out a solid performance. For Vengeance nga lang though, no? Parang they were pretty much in contention sana para makuha yung OT, no? Pero I think yung performances na meron tayo dito from Jeff Rocks and Ajax kinda slowed down what could have been a momentous sort of second half para dito sa Vengeance. No? Wouldn't you agree, Charles?
Yeah, for sure. I think medyo malas lang no na nakaabot na ng 9 yung R7 bago pa sila naka-reply na maayos dito. Pero yun nga, the second half was feeling like itong Vengeance kinda coming back into the game, and granted, medyo malaki rin yung lead na nakuha nga dito ng R7 going into that first half. I mean, multiple rounds na nakakita natin itong si Alrets being super aware. I mean, obviously yung good performance kala dito kay Suwa at kay Kara, no? But yeah, it's, that last round, unfortunately, just a good old A-split na may lurk dito sa B-side, got them fully distracted dito sa mapa. And that ended things. However, still a very good effort galing dito sa Vengeance, no? Kasi ayun nga, nakakatama pa rin dito si Alrets, Karasuwa still doing their thing in this map. And ayun nga, I think CJ, a very good go at it to support map as well. You can't really point at anyone, no? Dito sa Vengeance na pwede mo masabing, this is the reason why they lost.
Yeah. And I think it's also pretty much unlucky din sa iba pang mga set plays na nangyari, no? Just sometimes plans just go out the window and all that you can do is try to adapt. But R7, they're the team na medyo na-force nga nila ang Vengeance na mag-adapt all throughout no? 4 players literally on positive KD, 1 player in remaining talaga meron na medyo may kill per round. That's Jeff Rocks for this entire set, and he has 21 accumulated points as well. So makikita mo talaga yung impact so far ni Jeff Rocks, no? Continuing to become like very much a very big pillar para sa Rhea 7.
Yeah, Jeff Rocks for the longest time, no, has had great performances and consistent performances even from back in the day with his old teams. And yeah, it's still the exact same thing all throughout these years, man. And Jeff Rocks being super consistent pagdating sa kanyang laruan, especially up against teams that are outside of the top 4. And ayun nga, feel like if the rest of the team does perform like this at Eagle Eye pa naman yung usapan natin for map number 3, I think R7 might have the handle of it. Pero para naman dito sa kabila, no, Alrets, once again, the man that I mentioned earlier at the start of this yung usapan natin dito ng series, obviously a man that you can point at na definitely does have some star power as well as itong si Kara, but then we didn't see enough, unfortunately, galing sa kanila dito. I mean, Azenit, despite the very stellar map number 1, pare, kind of fell off a bit dito sa map number 2, man.
The inconsistency continues para dito sa Vengeance. Pero para sa set MVP, the consistent force is real as Ajax will show up as the MVP this time around talaga. You know? For R7 yan, pare, which will tell you a bit of a surprise para sa R7. No? He does have the stats. Despite them losing, he does perform as much as you expect him to be. No? A good sniper. But sometimes he does get edged out when it comes to like yung mga individual performance na kalaban niya. I think Ajax, despite all the growing pains na meron so far para sa naging team niya, talaga nga namang at least Ajax is enough para lang magkaroon ng parang firepower yung team na to on the sniping role in particular.
Yeah, I was actually talking about this earlier, no? Yung topic of Ajax being a lot more passive a lot more passive dito sa Ankara compared to usual. I would have wanted to see him actively challenging itong si Alrets more, and that he did dito sa mapa ng port. And I feel like with him going for with itong si Alrets, kind of gave Alrets a bit of a hard time to try and reconvene siguro yung kanilang depensa dito, pare. But then yun nga, Alrets was also starting to rotate out of his position dito sa top A, but then he was also there from time to time. So, buti na lang talaga para sa R7. They guessed right at that very last round, and also Ajax hitting some very, very nice shots. So, props to Ajax, man. I feel like kung mas tatapatan na talaga dito yung opensa ng Vengeance with a more head-on na approach siguro, feeling ko kaya nilang i-close out yung series na to. But Vengeance, man, just like I said, high variance team. So anything can happen dito sa Eagle Eye, pare.
That's true. For Eagle Eye, talaga nga namang malaking question mark for one of these teams. Pero for another, mukhang they're coming back into a home that is for them. So will R7 complete yung reverse sweep nila dito, or will Vengeance deny them into a 2-1 victory? Malalaman natin yan sa Eagle Eye pagkatapos ng short break na ito. Ako nga si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog. Ito ang Impact Summer at huwag kayong aalis. Nagagawa ng serye ang Vengeance laban sa Rhea 7 Eremita. Parehong nagbigay ng round at saka ng set at mga magtutuos sila sa ating Eagle Eye 2.0. Kapag si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog. Ito ang CFS PH Impact Summer 2025. The first series of the day is looking to shape up to be a banger, pare. Both teams getting both of their map picks at mukhang babalik tayo dito sa isang mapa na medyo malaki ang experience sa isa, pero para naman sa isa, medyo hindi natin alam kung paano sila mag-fare dito, pare.
Yeah, Eagle Eye 2.0, obviously a map we have seen a lot dito sa Masters kasi it has had an uptick to pagdating sa international play. So yung para naman sa mga Masters teams, they're gonna be incentivized to kind of pick up yung map na to. Pero para naman dito sa mga Impact teams, not really too much incentive to pick it up. Kaya hindi mo talaga nakikita itong Vengeance actively trying to pick itong Eagle Eye. Siguro Sunday Shrooms might pick it up, pero depende pa rin talaga kung ano yung plano nila doon. Para naman sa R7, ayun nga, no, I'm really judging yung basis ko sa map na to from yun nga, yung prior experience dito ni Jam, JCD, Charles, and itong ni Ajax on this particular map. No? Kasi naalala ko, it was actually Gaon. And itong Gaon in itong Motomac Gaming who went overtime sa CFS PH Masters on this exact map, and all of the players in that server is in this R7 roster. So, ayun nga, in terms of experience, man, ayun nga, I'm gonna give R7 that, pare.
Yeah. At least they have the edge from that match alone, no? So hopefully, makuha nila yung lahat ng mga natutunan nila from that series alone. And hopefully, it's gonna be enough para makapag-supply sila against Vengeance, who we don't really have a very big analysis about how they're gonna perform this on this Eagle Eye map. Possibly one of the first times they're gonna play it on their career. So tingnan natin kung magiging strong yung first impression nila dito, as especially now that they're also gonna start on BL. So makikita natin kung makapag-fare sila dito sa mga long pushes, possibly on LA. We're gonna see a lot more of that hold coming through from Hotel dito sa R7, especially with kung gaano ka-similar din yung paglaro nito compared sa Ankara. To be specific, pero we're gonna go back into the game. Vengeance gonna start on BL, as it will be that LB push na ginagawa nga nila on the way towards that side.
As interesting start to the round, Hotel position gonna be taken here dito ni Jam. Not much of resistance from the boys over at the Vengeance dito. Azin is trying to investigate this LB position. Pero yun lang, siya pa ngayon unang mapipick dito. Charles getting the better of Azinit. Kara looking for the quick trade. Jam will get him down. Yun lang. Very easy start para dito sa R7. It was si try peaks. Pero Jeff Rock's gonna get punished with that jump peak dito sa House A. Just picks all over the place dito sa map ng Eagle Eye at the moment.
Punishments for both teams, no? Just either hinihintay ni Kara yung paglapit ni Azinit before siya lumapit, or it's the other way around. Tapos, yun nga, Jeff Fox was just playing for info, so medyo hindi niya na-expect na trained na on the angle tong si Alred. So Ajax gonna hit the shot. What a very small angle to hold. Yata na-expect ni Suba yun. We're in towards that 2 versus 4 where Vengeance, they were counting on that mid-push na ginagawa ni CJ kanina, pero at least with a bit of damage done, that does make him hesitate to get some space going. So, R7, with the amount of time that they have, hindi na kailangan masyadong gumalaw, no? As it's going to be Charles holding the close angle. Push on in from Charles. That will be an opportunity for CJ as he hits the headshot. 3v2. C4 is still in the hands of Vengeance right now. So they have a choice to either go back into the B site or try to gamble yung stack nila all the way towards the A site, pare.
Yeah, pero kung magro-rotate kasi pa sila dito papuntang B, problem is there's gonna be zero noise on that east side, and that's gonna set off yung rotators potentially para sa R7. As ayun nga, the noise stops on A side. So I do expect the rotation very soon. Galing dito kay Ajax going into that RS. And Jam now fully aware of that mid position. That could be wide open. Albert go around the corner. Cannot hit the shot dito kay Jam. Good off angle. And CJ na lang natitira dito with the C4. 18 seconds left on the shot clock. He has been heard from that Hotel position. And that's the first round para sa R7. Medyo evident yung inexperience ng Vengeance sa mapa na to with how that round started. Yun nga, si Azinit not asking for help galing sa kanyang teammate dito to try and clear itong LB, which is not really the way to go. You cannot clear this entire B-long position na mag-isa ka lang, pare.
Totoo, pare. Especially with a smoke right in front of you as well. You're kind of forced into a situation where you peek out of it, tapos you risk yourself at a 50-50. But
I think they
Ajax,
just don't know the map.
another shot. What? He hits those. Napatay niya si Suwa kanina. And with a similar angle, he kills off Kara, which that's also one of the snipers na meron ng Vengeance so far. That LA setup na ginagawa nila kanina is already going to be just Alreds who honestly is not going to be enough para makapag-push na dito as Azinet finds a timing kay Jeff Rock's perfect flash as well. 1-for-1 setup. JCD gonna commit to the angle, kills off one, but Alreds and Suwa, they get themselves 2 picks in the process as CJ's also gonna win out the fight kay Jam. Eventually, R7 are crumbling to pieces.
Yeah, R7 maybe he got a bit too excited on the trade game, pare. He's gonna be dealt a losing hand dito sa 1v3. Unless may magawa dito si Charles. Obviously, Alred, CJ, half HP dito sa round. Full pa naman dito si Suwa. He does have the M4. Sniper options still available dito kay Alred. Alred's watching the behind just in case that there's gonna be any flanks ongoing. Pero hindi mapapansin na ba na nakadaan na dito si Charles? Alred, who's gonna spot who first? And it seems like that's gonna be Charles being the answer. 1 versus 2. This makes it slightly more winnable para dito kay Charles. Pero ang ganda na angle ni CJ on that spawn position. Nate's gonna go through Charles around the corner and that's the headshot. 1-1. R7. Ayun nga, maybe got a bit too excited to look for those trade kills. Pare, feeling ko kung nag-hold na lang sila dun, that would have been a lot more different.
Totoo, boss. Especially with the numbers that they had, but Kara, what a shot. Jeff Rocks, the second time na napunish siya from getting the jump peaks ongoing. Kailangan niyang maging careful no? Kasi ilang beses na siya na pick off ng sniper. Lalo na sa Vengeance, war train on the angle every single time. Pero yun nga, going back to the round kanina, parang they're doing a good job of actually getting themselves early info. Kara, yet again, beautiful shots all the way towards LAJCD down. R7 not given a chance to breathe. Suwa with another one. And Vengeance fully decisively taking your A site because nobody is going to be there to give the resistance, pare. 1 versus 5 for Jam.
Yeah, R7. Defense is crumbling all of a sudden dito, pare. But at the same time, no idea why they're going for openers dito sa depensa nila. So Jam gonna be stuck with a 5 versus 1. Feeling ko, yun nga, he's just gonna let the C4 take use this rest of the bomb timer just to talk to his team. Pero ayun nga, R7 getting a bit too excited on some of these refrags, man. And VNG just punishing accordingly dito by holding some of these angles. And second round already para sa Vengeance on their BL side, which is already pretty impressive sa usually na nakikita natin dito sa Eagle Eye. Yeah, but R7, they need to answer back ASAP sa next round, but hindi sila pwedeng sumagot ng aggressive option dito.
Ito, pare. Lalo na't medyo, if gumawa sila ng aggressive play, then they're gonna meet either the mid player na usually si CJ o kaya yung mga LB players na talagang walang takot na labanan yung hotel no? So, one or the other, both sides medyo may risk na inahandog no? So, R7's gonna have to be careful about that as Jam is back into hotel para lang ma-hold lang yung pag-push ng Vengeance right now as they have full control over the mid side. Alretz has a chance with the angle that he has set up sa tower. Will it be Jeff Rocks yet again as Kara pushes in a little closely? Ajax and Jeff Rocks sama-sama lamang, but what a flick from Kara. Back-to-back rounds. LA fully controlled by just one sniper, pare.
Yeah. Second time that Ajax did get caught. Dahil sa sniper dito ni Kara, Alretz capping his own as well. So double sniper gonna be a bit difficult para makapasok dito na mid. JCD around the corner, rifle in hand, spray's gonna go down, pero onting bawas lang ang nagawa niya doon. Jeff Rocks will get as in it eventually. C4 still out in the open dito sa kanilang tower. I think it's gonna be fine. VNG still in control dito sa round natin in terms of the numbers as well. One play though from Jam in this hotel position, pare. Pwede pa itong mapaikot yung round, pero mapapabalik siya dito sa B-side. And Vengeance potentially just a straight up B hit using their numbers, pare.
He does not want the risk. He does not want the smoke, pare. There would have been a risk na pwede niya makuha. Mataas sana yung reward if he does hold the hotel position, but now the decision is made. Mukhang sa cable na lang siya magtutuos dito. as that high setup will be a detriment for Vengeance as he peeks first. Sua first gonna be contacted in, pero yun nga lang, shots are not gonna connect para kay Jam. Goes back in towards Cable, gets one, gets two with the cult as well. A double for him, and Charles right place, right time. Vengeance crumbling under the pressure and into the meat grinder. It is all on R7 to get the 7th round na.
Yun nga, despite yung pagkakamali na lang ginawa dito ng R7 sa simula ng round, very, very well played galing dito kay Jam, just kiting the members inside of the site into the crosshair dito ni Charles, and absolutely good teamwork from R7, still keeping that same feisty na style na nakikita natin, but still playing a lot more smarter this time. Vengeance back to the whole day go as I think na-realize nila na R7, they might have a way to get more rounds on the board after that last round, pare.
Yep. Vengeance just reliant on that split push setup, and R7 finally finding a way, giving up the space, tapos sama-sama na lang in towards the defensive side. So R7 gonna have to go back in towards where they started kanina. Passive setup for JCD, giving up yung space doon sa may stairs mid. Vengeance having an angle on that, which could possibly be the split push commencing for them as with 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock, ang dami pang oras para paglaruin pa ng Vengeance yung BL side nila dito. Posible pa na pwedeng i-lurk din ni CJ yung hotel and try to catch itong si Jam off guard din, pare, pero medyo risky din yun eh.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to lurk into hotel, especially at bar positions. Very, very hard to clear usually. So, I usually do like to avoid that unless meron akong magandang flash. Pero Ajax gonna be spotted by Allreds around the corner. A-side could be wide open, pero B-side pala ang hanap dito ng BNG. Pero BNG, baka maubos pa sila dito. Never mind. Kara and CJ. The absolute death ball rolling on in dito sa B-side natin. At napakalayo pa na mga ibang miyembro ng VNG. Jam on the other side. Aldres trying to back up his teammates here, pero nakarating na ng tower dito si Jam. Jam finally taken down. Jeffrox the only one left alive. Galing pa nga dito ng LB. Isang flash ang nasa kamay niya at the moment. And let us see if he can do exactly that. Sua will turn around just in time. 3-2 Vengeance with the lead dito sa kanilang BL side. R7, yeah, those openers not really going in their way, pare.
3 rounds where a sniper makes a lot of impact from that LA peak. Does not do them any favors. Then R7 not expecting that the other side was gonna get conquered by so many Vengeance players, pare, na nasimulan ni Kara. Tapos talaga nga namang ang hirap talagang idepensahan yon as JCD will be the one to shut down that streak. Patay na yung sa mga snipers dito ng Vengeance. Now getting their control back on LA. But an opportunity for Vengeance to still try to dip and dip din doon pa rin sa may LA dito, no? So early 1-0 Allreds down, which gives an opportunity for R7 to go back to their passive positions, pare.
Yeah, no reason to go forward here. Kung kayo yung R7, Allreds already out of the picture. JCD getting a bit risky in that mid-door position, pero bait lang pala yun para dito kay Ajax. Hasn't it down, Kara looking for the refrag, pero hindi niya mahanap yung sniper ng R7 dito. M4 gonna be picked up para dito kay Kara, but he's obviously heard around the corner. JCD, AK not gonna get the better of him that time. And CJ will get itong si Charles. All of a sudden, the round turns on its head. Equal na nga ang ating numbers dito. Kara, if he can find someone from that tower's position, especially itong si Jeffrox, that ace side could be wide open, pare.
There is no reason for Charles to push outside the hotel, pare. Either he wants to take a pick or he just wants to relegate that map control that they had so far, I know, which honestly, I don't think it's going to be the right call for them as Ajax hits the shot. Right place, right time for him. Sua down. 2v2. Jam already showing his presence. Kara down as well. The flick was perfect. It will be CJ in a 1v2. The newcomer will get shut down by Ajax as well. Everybody from R7 hitting their shots into a 3-3, pare. Sobrang lapit ng first half natin ngayon.
Yeah, everyone finding their due picks dito sa mapa. I mean, B and A side having their own worlds dun sa round na yun. Some people getting picks, some people don't. Pero gusto ko yung ginawa doon ng R7, no? Finally some aggression to try and punish itong si Allreds in that garage position. And, he was getting a bit too comfortable with that sniper on that A side. So, tamang curveball lang. Galing dito sa Vengeance. But still, or galing dito sa R7 rather. Vengeance though, with a same old para sa kanila dito. Hold that starting round, wait for R7 to maybe make an overextension, pero R7, sobrang steady na kanilang depensa, walang gumagalaw ngayon.
Parang we never expect R7 to be that aggressive on this map in particular. Don't want to give the space up, but Ajax, the willingness, fighting off CJ. Sees two people as well, so that's info gain for Jam. Sees the spray and eventually does connect kay Azinit. That LB push na ginagawa nila kanina pa does not bear fruit at all now. Ajax with another shot kay Kara, so Vengeance. Really, the odds are getting stacked against them. Lalo na sa pagpush nila on LB pare. C4 down as well, so they're all counting on Suba's timing. Pero nobody from R7 is willing to even peek doon sa may bridge position natin.
Uy, pagmakot pa nga dito. Si Alret, this could be doom and gloom. Charles spotted sa bypass, but they do not spot the second player. Ajax still around the corner. Pwede pa mapatay dito. Sua gets his second one, but the C4 could be picked up. Alret shot in the back. 3 versus 1. Sua spotted sa bypass. Double jumps over. Jeffrox taken down. Sua, if he can get the sniper dito, this would be definitely possible. Pero Sua not seeing the flank, tagged up. 1 HP and a dream para sa last player ng Vengeance to try and get that fourth, pero hindi na pala mangyayari yun. R7, 4 points collected para sa kanila dito. An opportunity for a 2-point lead unless isa na naman back and forth makikita natin dito.
And now another situation where that LB setup was not the best place to be para sa Vengeance. An active push na ginawa ni Ajax and also some good info relayed to Jam para mas maayos at prepared siya sa pagpush nila on Hotel. So now Vengeance, they're gonna try something different. LA naman nakatake. JCD the top A position, now also supported by Ajax on the angle as well. The fake out is perfect. Look at the rotation from Ajax. Now gives an opportunity for Azinit. Yun nga lang napatay siya ni Jeffrox. Vengeance now relying on this 4 push in towards that site. Yun nga lang napatay nga ni JCD. CJ to get the trade into a 4 versus 3. But CJ equalizes with a double kill. An opportunity for Vengeance. But Ajax also down. That's Vengeance taking full advantage on A site.
3 versus 2 though, Jam coming in from behind. Spotting itong si Gara, pero Alret's now aware of that presence dito sa LA. But Charles still gets 2 somehow. Gara, last one left alive on 1 HP. Barely any life to work with. The C4 plant is nowhere close to him. And a 2-point lead finally collected dito na R7 after quite the back and forth sa simula ng half natin. Opportunity for 6 and 3 is here, pero Vengeance, they have to respond now.
Absolutely. The tug of war is over. R7 now showing off their true colors, pare. That LA push very much sobrang risky. Lalo na napatay pa yung lurking sa mid as Alretz hits a shot kay Jam, that hotel receptionist already knocked down to the ground. And very much a comfortable spot para sa Vengeance ngayon. Mid setup wide open. LA also something that they can still continuously attack. At dahil bukas na din yung hotel, kailangan na maging passive yung mga cable players kasi ang R7, with that man count advantage given up, it's already an open hotel push, pare.
Ang all the sudden, Azinit will find itong si JCD. 3 versus 5, VNG looking to get that mid push going para makapasok sila dito sa B-site. Pero kailangan pa nila dumaan dito kay Charles on that M4. Jeffrox now spotting that there could be potentially someone pushing, pero Charles looking at the wrong direction entirely from the hotel players at si Jeffrox na lang natitira on that M4. Will get Azinit. Sua around the corner dito sa high mid, will probably be just gonna shoot his head as he crosses, pero ayun nga, last round possibly in this half. Sua will get taken down. Good spray gotta get Jeffrox. 43 HP and a dream for this clutch to happen. Gara replacing his friend's position, pero Jeffrox still around the corner. Will get itong si Gara. 15 seconds left to make this play happen. Jeffrox spotted inside of cable car. 5-4. Death by information on a window, pare. Yun lang. 5-4. R7 will get a 1-point lead dito sa second half din, but I realistically think it doesn't matter kasi considering yung nature ng laro natin so far, I think it's gonna be another back and forth.
It is, pare. With how proactive R7 is on their BL, you know that this is gonna be a tug of war yet again. A 1-4 setup, hotel now gonna be a very big question. LB already taken by JCD and Jam, and the rest of the squad now looking to take it up. In a back-to-back setup, Aldret's not gonna hit the shot, so that's an opening papunta dun sa may EB. Kara also expected, so the push coming in is not gonna work out for Vengeance. That will be 3 kills. Sa sobrang bilis ng R7, Vengeance did not expect yung pag-push nila all the way towards the B site. As Jeff Rocks will continue his dominance dito sa mid-side, he will get the double kill. And Vengeance now gonna give away another round to R7.
Giving early momentum sa R7 is not really the way to go kung kayo yung Vengeance dito. Let's gonna need to heat up that sniper once again. Kara gonna be back on the rifle this time, so yeah, same old setup para dito sa Vengeance. Oh, he has it tapped up super early. So, Eastside take na lang ba to? I mean, I'm surprised na CJ is not actually jump peeking dito sa my house to get information. Pero Suwa out in the open will get taken down. 90-degree flick galing kay JCD. What a headshot through the smoke. CJ will get taken down as well. A-site wide open. Numbers are being typed on the C4 pare, and that's 35 seconds on the clock for VNG to get back into this. Pero dalawa na lang sila dito pare.
An entry tapos parehong flick pa. San ka pa makakita ng player katulad ni JCD pare? But Alrets now opening the conversation. Kara not gonna hit the shot. Will be a 1v3 but Jam will continue yung play ng R7 in towards this A site. But JCD man, 2 back-to-back head flicks dating dito sa kanilang entry in towards LA. A performance of a lifetime para sa JCD. And R7 now continuing their momentum dito.
As we enter the 7-4 scoreline dito pare, biggest lead we've had so far in this Eagle Eye game. Vengeance now, it's that second half curse that always looms for them, especially in game 3s na it's the closeouts, especially you feel hope kind of start to get lost para sa kanila dito, just judging from their movements. Pero R7, this is how you take LB. Vengeance, full swing, teamwork. And Hotel player could be in danger dito pare. CJ trying to get out early to get that checkout. Pero di niya alam, meron pang isang player na nasa likod. That flank from Jeff Ross could be all the difference. Jam still alive inside of cable car. Dinked itong si Alrets. Ajax around the corner. Alrets will attempt to take down itong si Ajax pare. Pero Alrets and Kara. Ajax will get Alrets. Meron pang tao na nasa loob ng RS. Kara knowing about itong si Jam, it's a 1v1 turnaround. Ajax gets the shot on the cold pare, and that's a 4-point lead. Vengeance hindi na nakakuha ng round sa second half na pa ako sa 4.
Another LB push successfully done by R7. They kill off Suwa, and despite good movement from CJ that took a little bit more time para sa R7, they still get the B site anyways. And with the rotation timing from Ajax as well, it saved it all the same. Jeff Ross and JCD, they continue the momentum papunta dun sa B site. Ajax with another clutch shot sa ulo ni CJ. At mukhang all R7 na ang A site natin. B site, excuse me. A 1v4 na for Kara. And honestly, Paris, sobrang layo niya. Mukhang hirap na hirap siya dito.
Yeah.
Unless he kills up tong si Jam on RS. It is possible. Pero, now Kara to isolate the fights right now. Window player, not spotted just yet. Ajax found. Jam gonna wait the timing, and he does so with perfection. R7, one more round to finally complete yung reverse sweep nila.
Yeah, R7, it's the good old pub B-side hit, and they might actually just run it back, pare. Sometimes you just have to send it, and especially when you have this big of a lead, kung kayo yung R7, you could basically try anything at this point dito sa Eagle Eye, which adds to the uncertainty ng mga Vengeance players. Look at that, the smoke inside. Jeff Rock still waiting for the A players to go around. Pero Ajax makikita na dito si CJ. Suwa on the other side will get the answer kay JCD. Suwa though, low on HP, 1 HP. Spell his death as a nit. Will get taken out. Yun lang. He tried to make the hero play happen pero masyado siya naging bayani doon. Jeff Rocks, nasa loob na ng RS. Nako po, Suwa, mamamatay ka pa nga dito. Last one left alive. Suwa barely breathing, and that's our 7 taking this series in 3.
My goodness! R7, full business pagkatapos nating pumasok ng second half. And definitely, pare, that was a comeback and a half, not only in the series, pero in that set alone on Eagle Eye. You saw the growing pains. So many times that they got knocked out from the sniper sa LA na ilang beses nang tinatake advantage ni Kara at saka ni Alretz no? Pero improvement was steady at nung nagtagal yung game, dun pa lang, nung nag-swap na sila on BL, you knew that R7 was gonna be more confident. So many times na inatake nila yung LB without that much resistance. So many times na tinik nila yung split push doon sa may mid-side na honestly, konti lang yung nakikita kong paghirap sa kanila no? And the amount of times that Jeff Rocks has had good timings and ino-note nga din natin pare, no? He started this without that many kills dun sa first half kanina. Ngayon grabe yung pagbawi niya dito pare. Because of that lurk timing and because he's playing off of good synergy with his teammates na full trust lang na kayang-kaya na lang i-execute nang wala dun si Jeff Rocks pare.
Yeah, but at the same time, no, my suspicions were right about itong Vengeance na yun nga, they do not play the map of Eagle Eye. Granted, ang ganda ng first half nila no, on their BL side. Yun nga, no, BL just you can play BL on this map without having to know too much. No? And feeling ko yun yung rason ko bakit they actually got 4 rounds kasi if they don't know what they're doing, R7, they're like, oh, how do we predict this? So, ayun nga, pagdating naman dito sa second half, it was very, very evident no, na they have no idea what the setups are like dito sa EE. And ayun nga, they just drowned entirely. And pagkatapos ng R7, they're just like, alright, let's just kill them with pace at this point dito sa B-site and hindi na sila makakasagot sa atin dito. So, Vengeance, ayun nga, no, that is just how it is. So, competition, when you do have like a shallower map pool, mapapunish at mapapunish ka talaga, pare.
Yeah. Considering as well dito sa Impact Summer na yung mismong Sunday Shrooms lang yung willing na ilabas yung Eagle Eye dito no? So, it also is not doing any favors as well para sa Vengeance as well. So, the experience really has reigned supreme dito for Rhea 7. Their core from Gaon Gaming really has giving them all the tools that they need para lang magkaroon sila ng comfortability dito sa Eagle Eye map natin. And what a good day for Jam pare. No? Talagang when he is on a high note, talagang you can expect him to not only outfrag their opponents pero just outweigh the expectations set to him pare.
Yeah, I mean, Jam on another level obviously dito sa mapa na to, and it kind of goes back to yung history of yung R7 with this particular map. Just like how I said, I did mention a particular series between itong Motomac and itong Gaon that lasted I think 13-12 yata yung score noon. So definitely they got plenty of 13-12 yung score noon. So they got definitely plenty of experience in that map. So ayun nga, it just felt familiar para sa R7. As soon as they turned itong second half, they just knew exactly what to do dito sa Opensa. They know what sites to target, what spots to target dito, and ayun nga, VNG, because of their lack of knowledge, they don't know what to hold, they don't know who to trade, and yun nga, no, after that second half turn, they were just playing confused the entire time, pare.
Yeah. You just know that Vengeance just needed so much more than just yung mga picks na nakuha nila dito sa LA, no? Kasi R7 were just willing to throw the kitchen sink at them nung nag-swap na sila dun sa BL. But their GR wasn't even really too bad as well, you know? Parang nung nag-start sila on GR, it was so many hotel pushes na nagawa ng paraan either ni Jam o kaya ni Ajax. And both those two players really popped off in this particular game. So, talagang good props from them. The bounce back from Jeff Rocks as well, starting off a little cold nung nag-start tayo dito sa first half natin. But I guess it's not how you start, it's how you finish ka naman para sa kanila. So, Reyes 7 and Armito are gonna be happy with how well this has ended. Pero it also kind of puts a bit of a bitter taste sa kung paano sila nag-end dito sa series. You know? Because of this 2-1 victory, if Cypher Pro team can have an outstanding performance, there's a possibility na baka mak-close nila yung gap against Vengeance because they lost the series and possibly get even closer laban dito sa players on R7 sa standings natin, pare.
And nga, unfortunately, that is gonna mean Vengeance could be potentially out of playoff contention dito sa Impact, pare. Tragic, no? Kasi considering na I feel like itong Vengeance definitely were a better team or were a good team. Good enough at least para makapasok dito ng top 4. But ayun nga, feeling ko yung cream of the crop ng competition natin, aka yung top 4, maybe was a bit too much para sa kanila dito as we take a look at the set summary. So, it's a rough one para kay Asinit, man. Sobrang sayang kasi ganda na ng map 1 na dito, man. Kaso, ayun nga, Asinit disappearing for map 2 and 3 wasn't really helping the case dito ng Vengeance, pare.
Yeah. Definitely not a best case scenario for Vengeance. Unfortunate para sa kanila kasi they had promise. They were also a good team with having like really good highs, pero masyado na atang naging madalas yung kanilang lows no. So hopefully this team picks up so much pagdating dito sa Impact. May chance pa naman sila para mapag-show up into the next week's games, pero for playoffs contention, I think it's a little too late for them to actually get a chance. So we'll see from Vengeance pagdating dun sa next week at saka sa mga susunod pang mga tournaments. Pero for Rhea 7, it's all smiles all across the board. 2.33 para kay Jam, 2.14 para kay Ajax. These two were the pillars on that hotel setup, pare. Yung mga shots ni Ajax kanina at saka yung pag-hold ni Jam sa hotel, as well as we pick off yung set MVP natin. It's either gonna be Jam or Ajax, and it looks like it is gonna be Jam at this point in time. No, one kill every round, and it just tells you na talagang he needed time, and with time comes grace as well from this guy. Sobrang init ni Jam, pare.
Yeah, I mean, with the exception of that map number 1, no, I think we've definitely seen better games kind of get Jam on Ankara, but map 2 and 3 made all the difference para sa kanyang team, especially for this map number 3. Pare. I mean, Eagle Eye was definitely his home. I think half of the reason why R7 won dito sa kanila mga first half rounds was his rifling, no, and ganda ng pagka-anchor na dito sa B-side. I think B-side definitely was so hard to take para sa VNG because of this one man. Para his hotel presence, his site presence is absolutely insane. His capability to actually anchor and just hold on to the site and just be as annoying as possible. No, it's a nightmare para sa mga teams kagaya nga ng Vengeance dito. And the fact na pumunta na tayo in the second half, did a nice job of kind of playing with his entries, playing with his rifler trio nga dito na R7. No? So ayun nga, it's a lot more comfortable para sa kanya dito. Match result though, it is gonna be 10-6 for Vengeance, them getting the win dito sa Ankara, but then when it came to Port and Eagle Eye, it is a 8-10 and 4-10 affair para sa kanila dito.
Man, one game where it had the absolute minuscule result sana no? Would have made all the difference in the world, pero does go to the way of Rhea 7 Ermita. The reverse sweep nga naman no? Sobrang isang game na lang sana, isang set for Vengeance. This would have been so much of a bigger difference when it comes to the standings, but I guess it's not gonna be going their way this time around. Rhea 7 Ermita gonna be happy with how they performed on these maps. I'm pretty sure that Port is a pick that they can go for, pero with how close it was and yung mga nagiging problema nila on that GR side, I'm kind of seeing kung ano yung magiging problema nila kapag they're gonna face up against yung mga Sunday Shrooms, yung mga Matt Jesses. That GR side, it needs a lot more improvement than it has been for Rhea 7 right now, pare.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like I've seen better halves galing dito sa R7, especially on that port GR, no? But I feel like Vengeance, obviously, I think time and time again, nakukuha nga nila yung bid control and they get CA for free. Maybe a bit too relaxed yung depensa ng R7 in mid, especially dito sa map ng port. But then, that's kind of the risk that you take if you do want to prioritize yung mga sites instead. But yeah, I do see the point na I feel like they could have played yung GR a lot better, especially around that middle area. Siguro maybe placing an M4 player and let him be as annoying as possible. Maybe even a double sniper, no, if ever they choose to do so. So daming options to try and cover that.
So yeah, that's been the whole series all throughout no? And I guess this also kind of puts a bit more question if kasi alam na natin na wala na sa playoffs yung Vengeance because of this result no? But what about R7 no? Now their top 4 is also gonna be in a huge question mark. That also is gonna be up to how Heroics and XPT are gonna be performing. I think Vengeance is gonna get knocked down this siguro, let's see kung magto 2-0 nga ba yung XPT. Ano ba yung theories mo, Charles, because of this?
Well, fortunately, no, para sa R7, 4-2 yung kanilang record dito. So I think they're gonna be ending up at 3rd and Heroics is gonna go down at 4th. Obviously, I think kahit matalo yung R7 sa kanilang next to their score, I feel like yung XPT could have a shot. Matalo nila yung Heroics mamaya. Their record is actually going to be tied. And in terms of map score, let's say Cypher Pro Team 5-7 sila and Heroics is 7-4. Let's say Cypher beats them 2-1, so 7-8. it's still rough para sa map score ng XPT. They need to win yung game nila sa week 7 against AGT 2-0 para makapasok sila ng playoffs. That is what's in danger right now. Para naman sa AGT, no, you have an opportunity to spoil another team's chances para makapasok ng playoffs. So why not play a bit evil pare going into week 7 pare?
True. Kung mata-turn up ba si Kuya Murillo if Aero's gonna have a good game. And hopefully, bumalik din si A42 no? So, tingnan natin kung yun nga yung mangyayari dito. Arise Gaming Team will have an opportunity, but I guess for XPT, is their chance to actually get themselves into that top 4 running, no? So, hopefully, their efforts will be recognized, their efforts will be enough. Ang importante na lang siguro is yung kung gaano ka-close nga naman yung magiging game nila mamaya. We'll see how it goes, but for this Ray 7 match right now, I think I had I want to open up a conversation about them kasi parang I had a bit of doubt believing in them kasi if you compare yung schedule ng Ray 7 sa Sunday Shrooms, parang sila yung parang ascending tapos parang descending yung Sunday Shrooms naman, whereas nung nagsimula yung Sunday Shrooms, they were having the roughest schedule possible. And then when they were at the tail end of their schedule, doon naman sila nagkakaroon ng easy na games. Whereas yung Ray 7 naman, they had the best schedule. And then they were the ones kind of getting the harder games. But I guess they made the most out of it. No? They came out, I wouldn't say unscathed, pero with how they've been performing now, that inconsistency is still in my mind. But now this game is showing me that they can still have a chance.
Yeah, I remember mentioning that sa week number 3 actually na R7's record is a bit buffed kasi their schedule was a bit easier at the first half, and now it's getting slightly harder, so we're seeing a bit more challenge para sa kanila dito. But match MVP, of course, it is going to be Ajax, sniper dito ng ating R7, 1.48 KD, 19 AP, and 90 KR. Pretty good stats for a sniper nga dito. And ayun nga, I think R7 I would say they're pretty much safe actually. Papunta nga dito sa playoffs, but let's just wait and see, man, kasi yung next match nga nila is up against itong Matches, and hindi naman gagalaw yung record ng Matches anytime soon, being 5-1. So yeah, just gonna have to wait and see what's going on dito sa ating next week. Pero of course we're gonna take a I think a bit of a look at yung highlights dito. Ajax, he's hit a lot of really, really good shots. I think yung presence na dun sa port, especially sa top A, kind of just sent the series over. And at the same time, ang ganda pa ng ginawa niya dito ng map number 3. Despite itong si Aldrich at si Garrett, actually catching him multiple times dito sa top A, there was a lot of moments na Ajax, had the upper hand. Yung medyo lumipat na rin siya dito sa mapa ng hindi lang top A naglalaro, medyo nag-aares na rin siya. He's also trying to anti-site. That mobile presence dito ni Ajax, being that steady sniper, really just made it very difficult, man.
Which tells you that hindi siya isang one-trick pony, He's not gonna be holding just one angle. He will be everywhere talaga if you give him the momentum, So, Garan Ajax, talagang a showmaker kapag nagbigyan mo siya ng plataforma. At talaga nga namang hindi siya takot lumaban kapag binigyan mo siya ng confidence, So, for Ajax, it's just gonna be a good time moving forward. At para sa Rhea 7, sila pa yung nag-benefit sa buong naging performance si Ajax. So, well-deserved MVP para kay Ajax sa kanyang naging performance on both Port at saka sa Eagle Eye. Pati na rin doon sa Angkar, pare. Hindi na naman siya tumigil kahit nung first set na natin, So, it is gonna be a victory para sa Rhea 7 Ermita. All their growing pains mukhang unti-unti nang nawawala, Their confidence is gonna keep continuing to improve as time progresses. So, for Rhea 7, congratulations. At para na naman sa Vengeance, talagang praying position na sila ngayon kung ano yung mangyayari mamaya at saka sa susunod na ating games, baka magkaroon ng malaking understanding kung paano yung magiging set nila dito. They're probably gonna be eliminated for the playoffs, and hopefully we'll see them on the susunod na tournaments. Before we wrap up into a break, Sneaky, anything else that you would like to say about that game?
Yeah, maybe better luck next time, Vengeance, man. Meron pa naman tayong fall. We do have fall season, so you guys, as long as they don't fall too far, kasi top 6 get to next season anyways, I think they're gonna be fine, pare.
No, okay. We'll see Vengeance papunta doon sa ating susunod na season ng Impact. But for now, the focus is on summer. And the next focus will be on that second series. So kung gusto nyo pa malaman kung sino manala doon no? Malalaman nyo yun pagkabalik ng short break natin dito. Nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog. Ito nga pala ang Impact Summer 2025. At ang karera para sa top 4 ay tuloy-tuloy lamang dito sa Day 12 ng Impact Summer 2025. Mga player mo, at kasama na natin ngayon si Salvatore para sa ating susunod na serye, ang Heroics laban sa Cypher Pro Team. Pero bago ang lahat, kamusta ka naman, Andre?
Okay naman ako, pre. Like, I'm mentally prepared for what's about to come considering na ilang weeks na nga natin hinahype ang Cypher Pro Team. I feel like this is a team that is really destined for greatness eh. May pagkukulan talaga sila na hindi nila mapunan kaagad para ma-take down yung mga higher up na teams eh. No? We saw them very close bouts with Sunday Shrooms and R7. So baka hindi bago to para sa Heroics na ito yung makakatapat nila. Isang malakas na team tulad ng Cypher Pro Team.
Totoo, yung underdog story na meron ng Cypher Pro Team na matagal-tagal na nga din nilang niluluto no? From down in the standings before, ngayon medyo nagra-rise up na sila. An opportunity to claim yung top 4 na nabigay na because of the close game na nakita natin from the previous series no? So tingnan natin kung makakaabot nga pa sila dito no? Pero let's talk about Heroics really quickly no? They had a sub-in situation pero si Ate Nicole, she fits like a glove, pare. And it's almost like Heroics, hindi sila nagkalayo sa playstyle na meron sila ngayon. Nagka-frag out pa rin si Zolek at napakainit pa rin ni Jasril, pare.
Yeah, of course, no. Ang isa sa mga driving factors pa rin talaga kung paano nakukuha ng Heroics yung success nila is yung colts talaga dito na meron si Ezreal, especially lurks niya. X3D is still him, no? Parang yung consistency na dinadala niya pa rin from 2 years ago all the way to now, nandun pa rin talaga at damang-dama ng mga teams na sinasalihan niya, no? Whether it will be pa Motomac, Chulanga, at ngayon, eto na sa Heroics, no? And especially, pre, yung Diamond in the Rough nila, no? Na I believe is Zolek. Yung overall impact na meron siya sa team, hindi talaga pwedeng parang hindi natin pwede tanggihan at hindi rin natin pwedeng iwasan kasi mararamdaman talaga natin every time na maglalaro dito si Zolek. No? So, a lot of factors that could really put Heroics on top pero that doesn't put Cypher Pro Team in a bad situation, no? Teka lang, wait lang habang hinaayos pa ni... Ayun na, okay na.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Nawala ka ng signal sa mic mo, boss. Ayun, okay na.
Oo nga Sorry. Okay na. Narinig na ako. Mukhang okay na. Pero kung napapansin nyo, nakakarinig ako ng update dito at nakuha namin ng update na mukhang magkakaroon ng forfeit ang mga sets dito para sa Cypher Pro Team due to a tech issue. Unfortunate para sa kanila. Ang sinasabi nating underdog story, medyo magkakaroon ng konting pause dahil dito. So Heroics will get yung first set natin dito. And honestly, we don't really need to talk about the cause of it, pare. Let's talk about the effect of this. Because of that, pare, paano na ngayon ng Cypher Pro Team?
It really puts them in a bad seed. It really puts them in a bad precedent rather. No? Not really much a bad seed kasi hinahabol na ngayon ng Cypher Pro Team yung pwesto ng Vengeance after having a very tough loss kanina, no. And maganda na sana sa kalagayan na nga nila, no, na kahit papaano yung Rhea 7 pababa sa standings, and I feel like Cypher Pro Team could be up there. So, in terms of technicality, masakit yan. Pero, what could be a really funny story, no, Ramon? Isa sa mga pinaka-nakakatawang pwede mangyari dito sa tournament na to, no? Nag-forfeit na nga't lahat-lahat ang Cypher Pro Team. Baka ma-reverse sweep pa nila tong series na to, no?
Totoo, pare. Yung akala natin magiging easy sweep para sa Heroics, mukhang may niluluto pa na comeback story ang Cypher Pro Team, no? So, an opportunity to do something funny as you mentioned, pero malalaman natin kung kaya ba nila i-step up to against one of the top teams dito sa Impact Summer. So, Heroics versus Cypher Pro Team with a early 1-0. Pero sa pagbalik natin after a short break, magkakaroon tayo ng set 2 kung saan ang Heroics ngayon naman ay may advantage. So, kapag si Ramon, kasama ko si Salvatore, magbabalik ang Impact Summer. At welcome back mga tropa dito sa Impact Summer 2025 Day 12 kung saan lalaban na ang Heroics versus Cypher Pro Team despite ang naging forfeit para sa XPT ay lalaban pa rin sila sa ating BO3. Importante lalo ito para sa kanila lalo na sa paghabol ng top 4. There's an opportunity for them to take talaga, Salvi.
O pre, mahaba pa ang panahon, no? So, it would be really nice for Cypher Pro Team na tanggalin na lang talaga yung tinik sa lalamunan nila, no? At lunukin na lang na, oo nga pre, forfeited na tayo sa set 1, no? At kailangan na natin itaguyod tong araw na to para kahit papano, pwede pa maging 2-1 or worst case scenario, matu-0 sila dito ng Heroics with getting away scot-free. So, hopefully, ngayon hindi magiging kaso dito at bigyan tayo ng isang magandang laban ng Cypher Pro Team, no? So, a lot of mishaps ngayong araw. Actually, no, from Rhea 7 almost blowing it out dun lamang sa port. And now, pre, makikita mo, Cypher Pro Team now joining the conversation na paano madapa ngayong araw na to.
A lot of what ifs nga no? Kung hindi lang nangyari nung time na yun, no? Pero that's a lot of focus onto XPT kahit nung nagsimula pa lang tayo, no? Let's talk about Heroics a little bit, no? Kasi we already highlighted yung mga players na tingin natin na kailangan mag-pop off. X3D, for example, very flexible sa kanyang regard on Heroics, as well as tong si Zolek na kanina pa nga nating na-highlight, talagang napaka-init kapag sobrang init. What about yung naging performance ni Silent at saka ni Nicole, no? Kasi yung duo na to, it's not about the relationship at this point. It really is their play so far sa kanilang game, no? Parang wala masyadong nagbago para sa Heroics. It's just how consistent they've been sa mga maps kung saan sila malakas, no? What do you think is the standing sort of difference for them ngayon na nandito si Nicole at saka the rest of Heroics, pare?
Pero literal na till death do us part. Feeling ko yung pagka-pick off lang talaga sa kanila, yung magpapahiwalay sa magiging momentum nila. Kasi feel like Heroics works as a well-oiled machine pag sama-sama sila, no? Yung retake sila malakas, yung body system from both Jezreel and as well as Zolek na maaasahan mo to make a sandwich play. Silent and Nicole from last week really definitely showed na okay, wala si Ghosted. I feel like the sniping responsibility will still be there, and X3D really took pride kung paano mag-sniper, no? It was very mesmerizing. Maganda talaga sa mata yung pinakita ng Heroics from that week. And now this week, mas nakita na nga natin na if ever man na ma-pick off sila agad in the early runs, yung mid-round hindi nila ma-execute, doon nagfa-fumble at doon nawawalan ng momentum dito ang Heroics, which is Cypher Pro Team. Doon naman talaga sila malakas. Yung pag-execute from start to finish, nandun at maasama talaga si Leo at sila Hexa gawin yung area na yun. Ang pinaka-doubting factor lang talaga para dito sa sa Cypher Pro Team rather is nagda-doubt sila sa sarili nila, feeling ko lang, no? Kasi ang lakas nila mag-hesitate dun sa mga plays na feeling ko naman okay in terms of league standard. So sana nga hindi nyo makita natin from Cypher Pro Team kasi it really is a clashing of styles dito sa dalawang team natin, no?
Yeah, definitely, pare. And maybe in the map veto as well, makakita tayo ng similarities dito dahil yung mga strong maps nila very similar to each other as well. So, Port Mexico 2 para sa Cypher Pro Team, the first time now in Impact Summer. Pare, if they wanted to run it, mukhang dito pa lang sila sa Mexico 2, pare. So many maps that they could have picked, but it's this map in particular that just sets it off, pare.
Oh my goodness, Crossfire Gods, bigyan mo kami ng set 3. Ito yung set 3 na okay lang makita ako, pre. Kasi for your information, Crossfire Philippines, kahit nga na 1-0 na dito ang Cypher Pro Team, magpupasid pa rin tayo sa map number 1, that being Port. So, if ever man na maisara to ng Heroics sa loob ng Port, hindi na tayo pupunta pa ng Mexico 2. Pero pag nanalo ang Cypher Pro Team dito lamang sa Port, lilipat tayo at babiyahe tayo papuntang Mexico. And that is going to be really entertaining kasi so far, ang pinaka naging cameo pa lang neto is from Pacific dun sa PH Masters where they definitely showed na itong mapa na to hindi dapat piliin.
Lalo na't pag hindi ka handa. Hindi ko alam kung ito ay na-prepare na ng XPT, if they actually did want to take this or possibly just had this picked up kasi mali mo sa isip nila tapos na sana ito sa port na lang, no? Pero hopefully talaga makapakuha sila ng magandang pick dito sa port map natin, even though this is a map pick of Heroics. Considering the stats, Cypher Pro Team is not that bad nga naman considering their history. A lot of playing experience on this map in particular, lalo na dun sa mga naging laro nila against Ray 7. It's still something that they can still pick up from, no? Dahil dun sa kanilang mga naging players dito, no? So hopefully makakita tayo ng very much good sniping potential coming through from Inverse. Kasi si Inverse very underrated nga naman din sa regard na to. So hopefully Cypher Pro Team can cross into the finish line as we head on into our predictions ngayon, pare. Heroics versus Cypher Pro Team na alam na nating 1-0 na ang Heroics. I think it's a safe bet na gawin tong 2-0, pare. Heroics is a top 3 team at sa ganitong predicament ay medyo nasa isip na agad ng Cypher Pro Team na 1-0 sila ngayon, so that's not gonna help. Ikaw ba, Salvatore?
Mali sa prediction na yun, pre, it's not really a bold statement na sabihin 2-0 ang Heroics dito, no? Kasi for the past amount of days na naglalaro ang Cypher Pro Team tsaka Heroics, so kung ititimbang mo silang dalawa, mas malaki yung naging overall performance ng Heroics due to the fact na nakalaban na nga talaga nila yung quote-unquote standards na itong Impact na to, no? And I feel like doon pa lang sa performance na pinakita ng Heroics, they are one of the most prepared teams for the playoffs, no? Kasi yeah, Zolek that could really shoot etong si Jezreel na maasahan mo nga talaga, no, na doon sa mga lurks, kung may Jeffrock sa R7, meron naman tayong Jezreel dito sa Heroics, no. For Cypher Pro Team, I've been calling them the dark horse nga talaga, no, after winning bouts up against Al Sovereign and Vengeance. Not Vengeance, no. Malakas yung pinakita talaga ng Cypher Pro Team due to them being able to force set trees. Malakas yung pinakita nila from Rhea 7 and as well as Sunday Shroom. So if we're just going to base it on potential, no, medyo mahirap no? Medyo mahirap tanggapin yung ganong klaseng buy kasi at the end of the day, kung paano mo tatapusin yung laro, yun yung pinakamalaga dito. At hindi natin maaalala yung teams dahil sa potential nila.
So, score?
2-0 Heroics.
Alright, there you go, pare. So, just one game win is gonna be enough para sa pareho nating si Ramon at saka si Salvatore. Big belief para sa Heroics para ma-close out ito ng ganong kabilis lang. Pero Cypher Pro Team, yung taas na kailangan nila lakbayin ng bundok kay lalong tataas, pare. So mahihirapan ang kanilang challenge at lalo mahihirapan nga ang mga players natin on Cypher Pro Team. Good thing though, no sub situation at all whatsoever. They're keeping their same lineup coming into this, so their synergy is gonna be the intact talaga. So hopefully enough na yan para makalaban against Heroics where they now have Nicole, pero it didn't really change all that much, no? Their pace is still the same and their synergy is still on point. We're gonna head into our port map as our first set, ladies and gentlemen, para malaman kung makakapag-step up nga ba ang Cypher Pro Team laban sa Heroics.
Alam naman natin yan, no, pre, it's going to be really an exciting match. Kahit nga ba masasabi nating Cypher Pro Team is way below there in the standings, same going for Al Sovereign and the Rise Gaming Team. Cypher Pro Team still without a doubt, no, one of the classiest teams dito sa tournament na to kasi hindi madali mag-qualify sa open qualifier na higit 100 na teams yung sumali, no? To have a chance for representing Philippines. At isa na doon ang Cypher Pro Team na grabe ang ginugol nilang araw para talaga masabing qualified na kami for PH Impact, no? So hopefully ito yung laban na to na masasabi natin XPT will truly defeat all the odds and everyone here at Heroics. And look at the entry, beautifully done by Cypher Pro Team dito lamang sa may store B. Isa kagad ang mawawala dito as Nicole holding it down dito lamang sa may Jen. Leo papalis na nga, still a 2v2 at Heroics. Maganda yung naging fallout nun kasi kahit papano tabla pa.
Yeah, good decision making and good defense coming through from Nicole. Talagang harap pa rin siya ng isang patay dito at nakita pa nga niya itong si Ephraim. So there's an opportunity for them to rotate back in towards the ace site na sinimulan agad ni Leo. And because Jezreel is also thinking na baka mag-rotate sila all the way towards the mid-side, magsasama na lang sila with Nicole para lang maayos yung nagiging rotation nila mamaya. So medyo hiwalay muna si Ephraim at saka si Leo in towards this 2 versus 2. Yet again, ace site wide open. At may open angle tong si Nicole kung magka-cross nga dito si Leo, especially knowing na baka wala siyang smoke na susuporta sa kanya dito. So lapit na lang, Nicole has missed out on the timing. Leo's already doon sa taas ng A-site natin. Already an opportunity for them to take themselves yung objective as Ephraim's gonna go down. It will be a 1 versus 2 clutch. It will be just real to cap up the 1-0. So Heroics getting the first round. At mukhang dead round pa tayo dito pagkatapos ito, pre.
Simple as that, pre, no? Timing lang ang kailangan at yun ang puhunan naman talaga dito ng Heroics, knowing na strong side sila ng mapa na to, no? Wag na wag mo talagang papalampasin yung pagkakataon na itong mapa na to, dahil nga GR-sided, you just have to play the time. At yung mga retakes naman na makukuha mo dito is feeling ko okay nga lang naman talaga, no? As long as na hindi pa nagkakaroon na malalim na pwesto, yung blacklist. So, I feel like yung in-execute doon ni Jezreel tsaka ni Nicole was very basic at best, pero wag mo nang papakomplikahin, di ba, Ramon? So, okay na yung ginawa nun ng dalawang yun, and yung separation play was icing on top of the cake, kaya naging madali yung retake ng Heroics.
Yep, and I think it also kind of plays into the cards of Cypher Pro Team as well, not willing to separate from each other nga naman from the pack. Just it's also kind of simple mathematics kung baga, parang okay na makapag-trade sila sana kung sama-sama nga sila, pero individually the players from Heroics are also pretty decent when it comes to the mechanics as well, no? So you saw that from Nicole, having full confidence on holding yung B-set kanina. Tsaka the fact that she's also like willing to wait for one of her players para makasama siya in towards that retake scenario as well, no? So good on them to actually keep that synergy going moving forward, and it's also still telling you na ganun pa rin naman yung playstyle ng Heroics from start to finish, no? Lahat ng mga ginagawa nila dito, hindi nila gagawin na mag-isa, pare.
Kita mo naman yung effort talaga ng Cypher Pro Team na balansehin yung opensa na meron dito ang Heroics, kasi usually pag port Heroics yung nagfo-force ng mga plays talaga, no? At hinahayaan na nga lang nila na mag-react yung kalaban nila, kasi I feel like the easy access that you can get from RS all the way to Z, tas mahahawakan mo na yung kahabaan ng LB, okay na yun, Parang yun na talaga yung magiging mindset talaga ng Heroics heading on, So magpapadala sila ng isang tao sa LA, and then mag-i-stack sila sa mid, and then you have them storm it down dun lang sa may Storby. It's as simple as that. Pero Cypher Pro Team reacts in a way na kailangan pa rin talaga maubos ng mga tao dito at hindi nila makuha to kagad ng matagal, no? Kasi it's really going to be deadly the moment na tumatagal tong laban na to, kasi Heroics, they have ample amount of time na umangulo, makuha yung timing, and especially with the multi-kill potential of X3D and Zolek, hindi dapat palapasin yun ng Cypher Pro Team.
Yep, and if they're able to get that off at the get-go, yun ang pinakamalaking challenge, no? Parang nung napansin ko din sa LB, they're playing for the trade talaga, which is not too bad considering din na doon din naman sila sana malakas. Yun nga lang, kung sino man yung pinaka-consistent pa sa kanila, yun yung isa mga pinakuna pang bumagsak. Si Kristan nga naman sa kanila, no? So, there was a chance sana kung nag-commit nga sila doon sa B, but still, it is still very risky for them to commit as well, no? So, yung mga what ifs natin, medyo kailangan nating itapusin, no? Kasi nabigyan na nga niya yung resulta, and I think Heroics is just happy to thrive off of that, no? So, we're already talking about that first round a lot, no? Ano pa yung mga may expect mo off of this BL side? Kasi yung Cypher Pro Team, iba't ibang playstyle yung pwede natin ma-expect from them. Nakita na natin yung 5-man rush papunta dun sa House B, pero ano pa kaya yung pwede nilang ilabas dito sa port, pare?
Feeling ko, pre, yung util game talaga nila yung magsasalita para dito, and not much on the dueling side. Kasi kilala naman na yung Cypher Pro Team doon when it comes to battling it out on distant fights or even yung close quarters. Okay na yun, malakas si Ephraim, malakas si Leo. Pero isa sa mga na-overlook ng mga tao dito is kung paano gumagamit ng util ang Cypher Pro Team. Yung minimal na attention na binibigay nila sa una para hindi magbato kagad ng nade, magbato kagad ng smoke, pero maganda yung pagbabato nila ng util when it comes to executing. Say for example sa compound nila, no? Hindi sila kagad basta-basta gumagawa ng play, pero the moment na may isip nga nila, dun pa lang sila magbabato ng util. It's mostly for fakes, it's mostly for executes, pero hindi yun isang maganda, di yun bagay para mabasa kagad ng Heroics, no? So it's either bombahin na nga lang nila kagad yung LA dito at puwersahan yung mga nakapwesto sa top A or even doon sa Ninja. Lahat ng yon pwede maging factor kung paano makukuha ng Cypher Pro Team yung first half dito, kasi hindi kailanman naging madali kunin yung blacklist talaga sa side na to, no? So hopefully there is something that Cypher Pro Team is well prepared of, and I think that is their util team.
Totoo, pare. Just one of the things that Cypher Pro Team can play off of, no? Which honestly wasn't present nung nagsimula tayo dun sa ating first round, where they kind of ball din towards hindi nga crossfire, parang maayos na defensive setup na dalawang riflers lang nakahawak dun sa paglabas sila ng LB, no? So I guess Heroics were very much prepared for that entirely, and hopefully we do see that moving forward as well. What about the sniper 1v1 that we have as well, no? Yung head-to-head ni Inverse laban kay X3D. Not the sniper that you usually see dito sa Heroics, pero yung step up ni X3D, sabi mo nga, mukhang kayang i-match si Inverse, might even overtake tong si Inverse, pare.
Pero kung magbe-base tayo dun sa laban ng magbe-base tayo sa laban ng Rhea 7, pre. Like, well prepared nga talaga si X3D para dito, no? Whereas dito naman kay Inverse, nung simula pa lang nag-i-snipe na talaga. So, feeling ko it's just in the realm of being a veteran na lang talaga for X3D kung paano niya aakuin yung paglalaban, no? Kasi nandoon naman talaga kung kaya niya nga bawian to ng movement, kumuha ng magandang fights, especially kung alam niyang first contact siya doon. Maganda to, SD. Being held by Ephraim kagad. Zolek wants to get a push at makakuha nga siya ng double dito in X3D. Goes Kobe doon lamang kay Hexa. 2-for-1. What a global kill pa rin to kay X3D. What a reposition doon kagad sa top A. From crouch to stand. Mamamatay kagad doon si Kristan. Nicole gets Ephraim from high mid. And Heroics continues to go for their pick of errands dito para talaga mabawasan ang XPT. Isang magandang pitas dito lamang na naman kay X3D. Dexter Cuevas. Pinapamunahan na nga ng makina dito, and there goes Nicole to send it off para sa Heroics na naman. 2-0 para sa kanila.
The veteran himself, as you mentioned, it's not just experience na meron sa kanya. Mukhang the mechanics are on point para sa kanya as well. Enough to get the 3K, and the sniper shots are also hitting as well, pare. So talaga namang saktong-saktong XPT sa pagpasok doon sa may LB. 3 kills in a blink of an eye, and Leo even getting a double kill as well. Nicole has to back off. Kailangan na maging careful. Lalo-lalo na't napakalapit lang ni Leo to get the 3K, and another para kay Hexa as well. Cypher, pro team, tamang bilis lamang on towards their first round win.
Ganun lang, pre. Kailangan lang talaga nila kunin si Heroics na very unexpected eh. It was very, very tough for Cypher Pro Team to be reacting most of the fights na binabato na Heroics, pero gladly enough, pre. Nag-initan talaga ang Cypher Pro Team dun at ginulat ang Heroics sa kanilang pacing, at ngayon, paiba-iba na nga at di na lang naalam si Leo. Nag-parkour na nga papuntang connector as they get Nicole, who's trying to go for the high-low. Inverse, makakapag-cross pa nga na mid. Puro lasa ng ginagawa dito ng Cypher Pro Team as they make their way towards the side. Inverse, he will be getting silent habang pababa na nga siya, no? Wala na magagawa dito ang Heroics. Masyado na nga maraming tao ang buhay pa para sa Cypher Pro Team. X3D na lang natitira dito lamang sa may exit, pero tinaman naman yung tumatao sa kanya, pre. Halos 3 yung nakatungo sa direction niya. 27 seconds left on the clock. X3D finding his ways, pero napakahirap nga naman talaga kasi, pre, pwede siyang makrossfire dito lamang sa kinatatauyoan niya. Boom! There goes the spam. Leo gets the round.
A difficult scenario para sa Heroics na hindi na-expect na lahat sila magra-rifle. Not a lot of times na nakikita mo si Inverse picking up the mantle of that. Pero sa bomb rush all the way towards LA at saka sa pagkuha nila dito kay Nicole, doon nagsimula at mukhang nag-end pa nga kay X3D, this time with the AWM. Silent with the collateral. 1 bullet, 2 headshots, killing off so many of the XPT players. Si Inverse mukhang susunod lamang sa bangkay ng lahat ng mga namatay sa XPT this time around. 2-3.
Ano yung kaya mong gawin? Mas kaya ko pang gawin na mas maganda. Heroics with a very aggressive push dun sa inaangguluhan palagi ng XPT para magkakaroon na naman ata tayo ng replay, Ramon. Kaya kailangan nyo mag-iingat at hawakan nyo muna yung upuan nyo kasi magiging madugo to sakali, no? Pero it looks like it's just going to be a fake para ma-force out kagad dito yung Heroics dun lamang sa may LB. Pero parang LA ata yung gusto nga nilang atakihin dito na may onting split mula kay Hexa. 2 options, magbodega or lasunin niya na lang dito yung high mid. There is still a lot of plays here to be played out by Cypher Pro Team. At isa na doon is, siguro puksain na lang yung nakatao dito. That is Silent to cancel out the push na gagawin dito ng Heroics, and Jezreel will not be taking that lightly. Makakuha nga na siya ng isa. Sabay mamba out na nga. Patuloy ang push ng Cypher Pro Team as the pacing is still good for both teams. X3D makakatanggap ng granada sa kanyang pagmumuka, pero kanya nga ba mag-reposition? Ang kasagutan ay oo. Kristan gets Nicole in the end, pero magiging 3v4 pa rin to, at habang tinatayuan pa rin to ng Cypher Pro Team, it feels like Heroics is still battling for their lives. Silent at maraming nga natatanggap na bala sa katawan niya at kailangan niya naman tumakbo. Solik holding down exit, and good swing mula kay Inverse. It is now a 1v2.
Silent is a little too late on the call dahil doon sa presence na ginagawa ni Ephraim. He was locked out from mid, has to go back in towards top. Mukhang na-spotted pa nga siya. The Inverse as he plants the bomb down. Ephraim, perfect timing, could get the spray down, and the headshot is real para sa Cypher Pro Team. Ang tamang bomb rush papunta doon sa may long A ay talaga namang naging sagot para sa Heroics this time around.
Well, definitely solid for Cypher Pro Team, eh, no? Yung reaction talaga nila doon na panindigan nila yung LA, hindi na kami pwede lumipat, eh, no? Parang that takes a lot of goal, no, Ramon? Nakakapanibago for Cypher Pro Team na them not hesitating anymore. Feeling ko parang nagbagong anyo na nga sila heading into this very, very important week. Silent, good pick-off dito lamang sa may mid as napafollow up na nga nila yung kills dito ni X3D. Silent, walang katakot-takot na mag-isang hinohold ang mid. Makakuha pa nga siya ng isa pa to make it a double para kay Bossing Silent. It's now Ephraim battling it out dito lamang kay Nicole. Silent, kasama niya nga yung baby love dito na naka-high-low, eh, no? Ephraim and Inverse, kailangan niya mag-ingat sa likod at nalilikuran na nga sila dito lamang sa may court. Oh! Silent gets dunked on by Inverse, pero si Nicole tatapos na. para dun sa round na yun ng Heroics. Surprisingly enough, Heroics, kamunti ka na sila sa round na yun, ha?
Pre, akala ko ba kapag kailangan mo mag-crossfire, iisa ka maglalaro? Kailangan pala, dalawa kayo naglalaro. Kaya pala ang lakas ni Silent.
Wait
Full
lang,
confidence
paano
holding the
nila
mid side.
hinahawakan yung keyboard, pre, kung magkahawak sila ng kamay? Paano sila gumagalaw?
Yung isa sa keyboard, yung isa dun sa mouse pare. Alam mo yun, parang synergy lang no? Pero si X3D, what a shot kay Hexa! Knocks down the entry. Kristen has an opportunity, but the high low does not work out. X3D, full confidence, full focus with Kristen and Leo. The entry on House B looks mostly untouchable. Yun nga lang, napatay pa nga si Kristen, but Leo's able to get the precise headshot. A good duel papunta dun sa may House B. Gets an opportunity for them, but Jezreel gets the spray down kay Ephraim. It's all gonna be down to Leo, who's also gonna get shut down by Nicole as well. Heroics, 2 rounds straight, able to get themselves a good defense sa B-side.
And tinuturuan na tayo ni Ate Nicole, no? Para talaga mag-hold ng site. Not too much aggressive, but in the perfect time, kailangan mo pa rin mag-swing para makakuha ng magandang follow-up. No? The trades were very, very favorable dun sa Heroics kasi nga, they like to play their timings right. At yung crucial timing talaga na meron sila can really be seen right here, right now, dito lamang sa port. No? So, now with Cypher Pro Team, nakakaramdam na nga sila no, na ganito maglaro ang Heroics. Baka naman onting adjustment lang before we head into the second half para sa inyo XPT kasi mahalaga na to eh. The moment that you establish this round para sa inyo, it's going to be 5-4 at maganda yun para sa second half. Pero kung hindi pre 6-3, medyo masakit yung ganun, Ramon.
Lalo na talaga on their GR side this time. Heroics need to clean this up. Cypher Pro Team, they're lucky to get themselves in 3 rounds natin dito no? So honestly, not too bad. Pero it is something to build on. Hopefully now with the CA push, mga papasok na sila laban dito kay Jezreel. Spotted na ang marami. 2 kills in fact for him. Hexa to get the opening. Pero yun nga, Heroics. Honestly, after Hexa getting off 1, it looks like they still have control of the site. Si Krista na lang. Only back towards top A. No, nasa kanya yung C4 pare. So talagang kahit nasa kanya yung high ground, wala siyang magagawa laban kay Silence. So it will be a 6-3 scoreline. Napakagandang half para sa Heroics so far pare.
And nothing really complicated sa ginawa ng Heroics no? They played out their duels right, yung pagsiswing ng mga tamang players, yung pagkukuha nga nila ng man advantage, yung pick off si X3D, ganun lang, di ba? Wala na tayong pwedeng pakomplikahin pa dun sa series of fights na nakita nga natin. No? Yung warfare, balance lang where Cypher Pro Team, pag nakakaramdam sila ng aggression, ganun din naman yung isasagot nila. At for Heroics, when they like to play passive, Cypher Pro Team also likes to play passive. No? Pero ang pinagkaiba nito, Cypher Pro Team needs to make that play. Pag nananahimik sa mapa, ang Heroics, no? Kasi it really heightens the senses na masyadong tahimik. Kailangan natin maghanap ng pick-off dito, no? Kasi medyo masaklap pag ilalaban natin ito ng 5v5 retake. Kasi lahat ng laban ng nakita natin, no? Mostly sa LA, tapos bigla na lang mag-fake out papuntang LB, no? So, very, very crucial fights being taken out here by Heroics na alam mo talagang papabor para sa kanila. Kasi sila yung mag-hold ng side, no? Sila yung mag-crossfire, sila yung pupunterya. So, Cypher Pro Team, nasa sa inyo na ang bola dito at kailangan nyo na pababain to sa kabilang court. Kasi 6-3 na yung half. Very, very crucial second half incoming for XPT to try and make the most out of it. Kasi nga pre, global risk na to. Makukuha na nga nila yung gininto ang side.
Totoo. An opportunity for them to actually claim a perfect tap for them. Pero on the mental game, hindi natin nasabi. Medyo mahirap na ang sitwasyon para sa kanila. So sana makabawi pa dito ang XPT. Pero napaka-aggressive ng Heroics. Nicole with the entry. Spotted si Leo and even gets a double kill. Patay si Jezreel din as Zolek. He even gets a double kill for himself as well. Ang ganda ng pagbawi ng Heroics sa loob ng B-site. Si Hexa mapapabalik. Try na agad para sa retake scenario. Pero hanap na nila si X3D. Spotted na yung flank and even gets a double kill dito kay Hexa. Si Zolek na lang, the star player, kills off Hexa. And with the flank kay Inverse, alam na niya to. C4 down, Zolek has to watch the flank. Pero yun nga lang, Inverse. Always at the right place, always at the right time.
XPT naman ang manglalason doon. 4K para kay Zolek. What an effort para sa kanya, no? It would have been really nice if I was able to take more out of that, no? If not, I feel like something that Heroics could have utilized, no, is the fact na kailangan natin talagang backupan talaga si Zolek, no? Excuse me, it was actually a 3K para sa kanya, no? Kala ko siya may makakuha ng isa pa nung kasama niya mag-swing dito si Silent. But no, it was just a 3K. But nonetheless, ang pinaka-factor pa rin talaga dito, no, is XPT. Parang nandun na. kaya nga nilang sumagot sa aggression ng Heroics. I feel like the strong side of this map is now speaking dividends no? Kasi nakuha nga nila yung round na yun off of the back ng pag-hold nila ng site mismo. So the timing was right. Yung pandalason, sila nga naman yung kukuha nun. So I think XPT just needs to keep it up. Pakunggan ko! Ni Hexa ang Z! And X3D and Jezreel is now down. 2 down here for the side of Heroics. Malaki to para sa XPT.
A great timing already found itself dito kay Hexa, who really has been tearing up nung nag-start tayo dito sa defense nila on that P-site kanina. Now continuing the momentum, Silent spots out Hexa through doon sa butas all the way back in towards the outside of that Z. Mukhang si Silent mapapatay lamang si Ephraim makakuha ng isa dyan. So what an unfortunate result para dito kay Silent, pare. And naging 2 versus 5 pa nga dito. C4 also down. So they're just playing out the time. That's a 1-tap for Zolek as well. Nicole also backing up. So Heroics may panlaban pa. Pero still, numbers advantage given away over to XPT as well.
And Zolek, can he make it work though? 2v2 kasi si Inverse at any time pwede siyang bumaba dito lamang si LM no? Pero I think mid doors is still being covered here by Zolek. Oh, makakross na break! No way! And there goes the readjustment kay Leo. And Nicole finishes it off. Pero duguan na ngayon si ate Nicole at kailangan na nga mapush to ni Kristan and he gets the timing right. Kristan goes for the headshot and XPT gets 2 rounds straight para na nga isa na lang maging kalamangan ng Heroics.
Well on their way to possibly that Mexico map, pare. Talaga nga namang this side is really promising for them, especially sa GR ng port. Hexa, beautiful timing. And again, yung pag-hold nila back in towards that bridge position becoming a bit of a nuisance again para sa Heroics. Ilang beses na silang tinatry na ma-aggress yun, pero sa dinarami-raming mga attempt, yun din yung naging sagot ng XPT. Always on the GR side. And now they slowly walk in towards that LB position, pare, kung saan sila nagsimula kanina. Now it's gonna be a very passive position for XPT this time around, Salvatore.
Na, walking, 5 stack, rektahan sa pagbumuka, wala nang lason-lason, wala nang peke-peke. Eto nang entry nila, si Silent walang katakot-takot at binombahan na nga yung ulo kaagad dito ni Leo Crystal with a good trade. Patuloy pa rin ang push ng Heroics, si X3D and Zolek gets their picks of their own. Tatlo na kaagad ang namayapa dito sa XPT, plays the 2v4. Can X3D play it really nice kasi siya yung unang magiging contact dito. Ephraim nakakross na nga, Jezreel pababa ng under pero hindi niya makukuha yung pwesto na yun. Beautiful pickup so far para sa XPT pero mas maganda dito yung pag-i-spam ni ate Nicole dun lamang sa smoke. Inverse full blinded. And look at the discipline of Heroics, not even pushing the RS. XPT, paano niya nang lalaroin to, no pre? Might as well call this an in-game timeout, no pre? Kasi yung tumatakbong oras, mahalagang oras yan para pag-usapan kung anong pwede nyong gawin next round kasi wala nang ibang pwedeng gawin dito si Inverse. Iwawagay niya na ang puting bandila. Heroics gets the round.
Parang kakaiba yung laro ngayon ni Silent for the past 2 weeks, no? Just fully run and gunning para doon sa backside ng ating B-site, no? Talagang full precision on the entry. At talaga nga namang full swing din ang Heroics sama-sama lang sa loob ng B-site natin. Another round for them, especially on the BL side. 1-3-1 setup na ulit. And XPT, you can kind of notice that they were caught off guard by that pace and tempo, no? Heroics are back on their calling card. Talagang on that face tempo, they did not expect that, pare.
Absolutely no, pre. Kasi I feel like Cypher Pro Team was just well prepared for a hit at A. Kasi nga, karamihan ng tao nandoon naka-angulo. Ephraim, nakatakas dun sa bodega, pre, at nagulat na nga lang dun si Nicole. So, walang nag-hold. Lahat kasi nakatungo papuntang Storby, o papuntang Z. Kaya hindi nakakuha ng trade dito ang Heroics. Really sad sceneries, pero kailangan nga nilang itaguyod ito na 4 na nga lang sila. Kalaban naman nila ay 5. Leo, umisa pa nga dito and hindi naman nakatungo sa direksyon si Leo. Dun pa sa follow-up na meron ng Heroics. Here comes Hexa defending the site. Inverse finds Zolek at patuloy pa rin ang depensa ngayon ng Cypher Pro Team and they get another one. And Cypher Pro Team, ginagapang nila tong laro na to.
Sobrang aggressive na no? Very proactive on the peak on CA. Tapos yung hold ni Leo just becoming so much of a problem despite Heroics. So many times na tinatry nilang lasunin yung pag-push all the way towards that curve position. Agad-agad naagapan na agad yung butas na nakuha from Cypher Pro Team thanks to Leo and the presence from everybody else. So back at the word CA. And since si Silent also prepared for that split push on the A site as well, mukhang malaki yung magiging responsibility ni Kristan, especially without the presence of an AWM from that top A position, pare.
Cypher Pro Team. Naalarmahan na nga sila dito na puro Heroics nga nakatao dito lamang sa may LA. Good 2K para dito sa Heroics. Pero ano na nga ang susunod para sa Cypher Pro Team kasi nga medyo late sila sa party dito. Nice pick by Leo. Hindi makakakit si X3D pero ginugulat naman sila dito ni Boss Silent na nakatawa na sa exit Inverse. Patatahimigan na nga. Magiging 1v1 Zolek. Huge flick doon lamang kay Inverse. And Heroics continues to push the lead na para maging dalawa lang to. 8-6.
Ang Heroics na naglaro na parang Avengers, pare. Isa-isa lang din sila lumalapit dun sa may A-site ng sama-sama. Mabilis na ng trade. At kita mo si Boss Silent pa, yung naging difference maker. Lumapit na agad dun sa may exit at mismong nalason pa yung rotation ng XPT. Buti na lang buhay pa si Zolek para malinis pa ang buong execute ng LA position nila dito to get it in 8-6 scoreline, pare. XPT now losing out on the timings this time around. Medyo nag-slow down na yung tempo ng game as Heroics are gonna play this with a 3-1-1 setup.
Very crucial timings now for Heroics. Kaya nga nasabi ko kanina na kailangan ilaban ngayon ng Cypher Pro Team yung pagiging alerto nga nila at wag na nga nilang pababayaan yung sarili nila kasi the moment that Heroics makes a play, it's not really that full execute no? Kasi parang may oras pa na pwede mag-rotate sila. And the unpredictability is now showing. Jezreel, nanlalason nga na naman, pre. Oras na para tanggalin lahat ng mga tinig sa lalamunan yung XPT kasi patuloy pa rin ang push ng Heroics. Look at the continuation of play. Zolek gets the headshot over to Inverse. Finally, Hexa gets a kill. Silent, what a play! Nakalabas siya ng SD. Krista nakabantay lang sa exit pero lahat ng tao sa Heroics dito na sa B-site para may tanim na nga. C4, no! C4 down! Dun lang sa may Storby. Pero pre, isa na nga lang nabubuhay dito para sa XPT. Kristan full blinded pa nga. X3D with a push. Heroics 9-6. Beautiful round para sa kanila.
And now they finally adjusted into the tempo. They finally know kung saan yung butas para sa XPT. It is on that LB position. And Silent, what a rotation from him as well. Picking up 2 people sa pagpunta niya on the way towards the B site as well. Talaga nga naman, it is now time to shine para sa Heroics as they're on their way towards a 10-6 win against XPT sa series natin. And it all needs one LA push. Now, XPT are relying upon the rotation this time around. Si Kristan, nasasabukan ng lahat ng mga nades, mga utility na binabato ng Heroics ngayon na kontang-kontra lamang ang exit push na ginagawa nila. Ephraim with 1, X3D with a trade. It's Ephraim with a double kill, but X3D is also getting his as well. Heroics have LA on full lockdown. At mukhang si Inverse at si Leon na lang hirap na hirap when it comes to the defense, pare.
Alam mo, nakakandado na pre, no? Paano pa makakapasok si Inverse tsaka si Leo dito? Nicole on tower watch ngayon. Nicole, nakitaan sa loob ng smoke. Silent, what a poetic ending. Nicole and Silent finishing it off dito lamang sa port as Heroics closes out the series.
Our top 3 is looking really good papunta sa ating playoffs, pare. Zolek definitely showing off so much of his consistent performance. Silent at saka si Nicole popping off not only as individuals pero as a duo as well. The amount of set plays that they have made together as teammates, pare, just shows talaga that Heroics as a unit really is a strong force to deal with. Not to mention din si Jezreel at saka si X3D, pare. Yung mga lurk timings ni Jezreel at saka nga naman yung sniping ni X3D, no? Talagang performing above expectations, especially knowing that they needed to adjust this roster with Ghosted being absent for 2 weeks na, pare.
Speaking of expectations, pre, no, hindi naman talaga natin in-expect na from the start itong si X3D kukuha pala ng ganong klaseng responsibilidad kasi we all know Ghosted, the crack player as he is nung team random pa lang siya tsaka nung Soms 3. Alam na nating reliable siya as a sniper. Pero I did not think deep enough na si X3D pala yung pwedeng pumalit sa kanya, no? Baka nga si Jezreel pa yung maging main sniper dito. Pero hindi, pre. The one of the greatest riflers na meron dito ang mga Cebuano, siya rin pala isa sa magiging best snipers dito lamang sa PH Impact, no? So kudos dito para kay Bossing Dexter Cuevas kasi siya lang mismo yung nagpaliyab dito para sa Heroics para gumawa ng mga ibang plays din yung mga kakampi niya, no? Nicely done para kay Zolek from week 1 up until this week, pre. From day number 1 up until this day. Hindi pa rin talaga natitinag tong lalaking to para maglaro ka ng dominating crossfire, pre. Kasi this man's headshot percentage, kung meron lang mas tataas pa sa 100%, pre, yun na talaga makukuha dito ni Zolek. Boss. Ang ating boss. Nawawalan na naman tayo ng signal sa ating Wala nga ng signal sa Kangkalo, pre. Kaya konting ayos lang muna. Yan, okay na.
Ayun.
Yes, boy.
Hindi, sorry. Sa sobrang init ba naman
nagde-dead round yung mic mo eh.
Kaya nga eh. Kailangan mag-reset no? Pero going back to my point sana, Zolek, literally, siya yung between sa buong naging port natin no? Hindi lang siya pare, si Silent din talagang. Silang dalawa yung mismong nagtaguyod sa buong game na to no? Even on yung sa ating second half where when they started on BL, nung nagkakaroon na sila ng parang growing pains dahil sa the amount of times na nakakasagot nga ang XPT dahil sa kanilang napakagandang rotation timings. No? It's just that when they just knew what the game plan was, talaga nag-activate na agad tong si Silent no? Doon nawala yung hesitation niya lumaban. Doon nawala yung hesitation lumapit sa mga kalaban niya dito no? And once that he was that close, yung exit di na naging safe place sa mga players ng XPT pare. I think those were 2 to 3 rounds where LA became some sort of a playground para sa Heroics pare. Ay, teka lang. Nakarma rin ata ako, boss. Teka lang, boss. Nakarma din ata ako, no? So, may anomalya ata dito na sa broadcast natin, no? Pero bigla nawawala yung mic natin. Pero parang naririnig ko naman sarili ko. Pero yun, going back, feeling ko, pre, pinadali talaga ng Heroics yung mga buhay nila dito, no? With a lot of LA executes na pwedeng ikagulat ng mga nag-hold ng top A or even exit, no? So, the moment that they really got control of that, even si Ate Nicole tsaka si X3D, yung pag-high low nila doon, yung exit, walang-wala na talaga, pre. Wala nakaka-cross. We haven't seen that stroke of a retake from XPT from the past 3 rounds bago matapos tong serye to, no? So, if we're going to cement that as the impression para sa Heroics, kailangan na ngayon na isipin ng mga teams, paano nila mapapabuti yung blacklist nila instead of GR. So, kung ikaw ang Sunday Shrooms 3-7 or even matches, what is now the counterplay to this very strong BL side ng Heroics? And I also kind of wanted to put that in the conversation as well. Thank you so much for actually opening up the map, Vito. Kasi yung dinarami-rami kasing mga popular maps ng mga top teams natin, puro sub-base, puro compound, puro Black Widow nga no? Yung port, yung parang isang anomaly na pwede nilang atakihin no? And sabihin natin, malakas pa rin yung Sandishum sa mapang to. But still, it's not as common as a lot of the teams here on Impact Summer also would like to play it out no? So hopefully, ang Heroics gamitin nila to as some sort of like a map that they can actually use. But in contrast as well, parang it also demands a lot more coming out from players katulad itong si Silent, katulad itong si Nicole. Kung si Nicole nga ay lalaro pagdating dun sa playoff. So pwede nga makita natin kasi yung synergy niya with Silent, holding yung bridge at saka yung mid kapag nagpo-push tong si Silent, definitely has been unmatched dito sa game natin pare.
Yeah. A lot of simplicity na umuusbong dito no para sa Heroics na wag na nga nilang pahirapan yung sarili nila. Kung magpo-push, sige magpo-push. Kung magfe-fake, sige magfe-fake no. Parang hindi talaga tumatagal ng 40 second execute yung ginagawa ng Heroics para dan talaga tinagin yung pag-hold ng Cypher Pro Team. Kasi feeling ko ito ang Cypher Pro Team na hindi naman umuugat, hindi gumagalaw dun sa mga kinatatayuan nila no. If they really want to fight, sila mismo yung gagawa ng paraan para makipaglaban no. So a lot of holds na makikita mo dito no was beyond compared. Kasi nga, Jezreel, naka-angulo dun lang sa bodega kahit nga expose yung SD niya, no? And as well as dito si Zolek na tamang gawa lang ng play para sa sarili niya. So, I feel like this is Heroics that is very complete. Na nakitaan nga natin na matatalo sila sa Sunday Shrooms. Mayayari sila dito lamang sa matches, no? But in the most important fights, dumadating talaga ang Heroics.
Totoo, tare. And hopefully this doesn't do a dent so far sa naging standings sila dito kasi because of that forfeit, it does mean that their first set is gonna be a 10-0 at that's gonna be a very big dent sa round differentials nila dito pare no. So focus pa tayo dito sa summary. Talaga nga namang online si X3D at saka si Silent, two of the riflers na well, let's say one of them is a flex, so X3D sometimes can rifle, pero nung naging main sniper na nga siya, medyo meaning siya bilang isang between para sa Heroics ngayon. 1.56 KD, and not as consistent as Silent though, has picked up a lot of kills in every single round din. So talaga nga namang you could feel the impact coming through from this roster. And sabihin natin bumalik nga si Ghosted din, no? Then do you really need like a lot of things to change pagdating sa playoffs? Kasi this Heroics roster is kind of fun to watch talaga.
Wala na pre, no? Kasi the first 3 weeks na naglaro si Ghosted, okay din naman talaga siya, no? It's very, still very similar kung paano yung nagiging output dito ni Ate Nicole, no? So, feeling ko pa rin naman, hindi magiging hindrance sa kanila kung papalit-palit sila ng players. Feeling ko nga, the moment na pumasok pa si Ate Nicole, mas nalito pa yung mga teams kung paano na yung magiging atake nila dito lamang sa Heroics, no? Kasi they have every area possible na 100% saradong-sarado na para sa kanila. X3D with the sniping, Jezreel with the lurk, Silent and Zolek kumukuha ng mga madadaling headshots, no? At lalong-lalo na pre dito si Ate Nicole na kung ano yung responsibilidad ni Ghosted rather, no? When it comes to going for backups, going for pick-ups, yung pag-util, nandun din naman, no? So, hindi lumalayo si Ate Nicole sa kung ano yung kinontribute talaga ni Ghosted for the first 3 weeks. And definitely you can see, no, from the headshot per kill, no, from both Zolek and Silent, it is really disgusting pre, no? 0.83 tsaka 0.79.
Yeah, and an unfortunate result nga naman for the Cypher Pro Team squad, as set 1 never really happened. For us, it was the first game dito sa set 2 where Port really, it could have gone either way. There was an opportunity since Cypher Pro Team actually had a lot of bite nung swap nga sila dun sa may GR nila. There was a really good shots from Leo when he was actually the one trying to get something going dun sa may curve position natin, and the amount of times as well na si Hexa nakakaroon ng magandang multi-frags kapag ka nakakapasok sa site. At the end of the day, hindi nagiging enough na yon dahil naka-build up na ng maayos na lead despite them on a very disadvantageous side. Ang Heroics, as a unit, talagang mahirap gawa ng paraan para ma-stop pare. Talagang napakalaki ng naging advantage nila nung nag-start na sila on that second half.
Absolutely, no, pre. Kasi ito naman yung laro na masasabi nating momentum-based talaga, no? Kung malaki talaga yung kinobrat inipon mo no first half pa lang, for sure naman yung second half hindi naman ganun magiging mahirap, no? So for Heroics, being able to take a lot of rounds, plus the fact, no, na yung playstyle pa rin nila is na-retain pa rin nila, no? From X3D aggressive sniping, at lalong-lalo na nga din, no, si Silent, no? So definitely, consistency yung pinaka-pakay dito ng Heroics kung bakit sila compete para sa PH Impact, no? Ikaw nga na naman, piniga mo na naman yung gas sa motor mo, kaya inararo mo na lahat ng mga kalaban. X3D with a MVP performance para sa series na to, no? 1.56 KD. My goodness, as a sniper pre, no? Tapos 0.88, so feeling ko nga naman, no, yung kills per round niya, no, is not justified by the numbers, pero feeling ko mas magiging maganda yung yung imahe na may imagine mo pag nakikita mo talaga siya maglaro.
And it's a big contrast as well to sa naging playstyle na nakita natin from one of the snipers in the previous series where he was literally everywhere. Dex didn't really need to move that much pare. Sobrang accurate niya on the sniper that he didn't really need to move a muscle talaga. So every time that you would see him either on top A o kaya sa original lang in-hold dito sa may house pare, he will literally hit a shot. So for X3D to show off his sniping skills ngayon despite him being a really good rifler, talaga nga namang naging malaking elemento siya para makapanalo dito ang Heroics. So congratulations sa Cebuana squad na to. Despite the sub-in, despite all of the nooks and crannies, ay na-prove nila kung bakit sila top 3 sa Impact Summer.
And grabe naman tong araw na to, no, pre, puro pasabog, puro pagulat, at lalo na nga rin, no, napapalapit na nga tayo sa ating pinaka nakakatuwang aspeto nitong PH Impact, no. Pag nag-playoffs na tayo, no, pre, kasi mas magiging mataas na yung antas ng ng action, mas magiging galit na to sa isa't isa, yung stakes nitong series, mga series na lalaroan nila, pre, mas mahigit na, no, pre. So, paano pa kaya yung makikita nga nating mga laban, no? So, Grabe nga naman. So, hindi pa finalize yung may nakikita natin sa standings ngayon, no? Kasi we still never know what's about to happen pag isang week pa nga tayo ng Impact bago pa tayo mag-playoffs to, pre. So, let's take a look at the standings, Ramon. Nakaka-excite, pre, kasi tapos na yung 2 araw ng Impact. Ano na ang kalagayan nito? For sure, si Sunday Shooms nandiyan pa rin sa taas. Pero etong si Matches, dahil nga isa pa lang yung natatalo yung talo record nila, no, which that being Sunday Shrooms, dyan na sila sa number 2. Heroics on the number 3, very very huge improvement from the past 2 weeks. From Heroics sitting pretty at number 5, nandyan na nga sila sa number 3. Ria 7, ang ating number 2 team, bigla na lang bumaba sa number 4.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that really every single broadcast day does have a big ripple effect. Ngayon, hindi masyado. Kasi they're still sitting pretty on every single aspect or every single rank that they still have. Vengeance and Cypher Pro Team, they're still pretty much close, pero will it still be a debate kapag lumaban ulit ng Rhea 7 Aramita next week? I believe ang kakalabanin nila is yung kanilang fellow sa bonus squad. So we'll have to wait and see nga, no, kung paano magiging resulta dun sa matchup na yun. As the standings, it just tell you kung ano yung may expect natin sa playoffs as we're gonna be ready with our schedule for the next broadcast ng Impact Summer, pare. Yung pinaka last week natin, it will be XPT versus Arise Gaming Team on that first day, followed up by Al Sovereign versus Heroics, no? So an opportunity for Cypher Pro Team to keep getting themselves in the topper conversation, habang ang Heroics naman just to pad the stats lang.
So kung ang laban dito is potential, maganda ang ating match number 1, no? Arise Gaming Team. So hopefully makapaglaro na ulit si A42 after being benched out. At itong Cypher Pro Team na to, maging silbing aral tong araw na to, no? Para masabing, sige, lalaro na nga kami ng set 1, no? Hindi na nga namin patatagalin pa. So hopefully, no, Cypher Pro Team, handa na nga sila na parang Boy Scout heading into next week. At ang ating match number 2 na nga naman, no, Al Sovereign looking for their first win dito lamang sa PH Impact, and what other way could be so dominating and very very nice para sa kanilang imahe is with a win up against Heroics.
That is if it's not gonna be the result, no? And also, lots of exciting things pagdating sa next week, pare. But week 6 just wraps up with everything that we've had so far, no? Talagang good plays all across the board and a lot of good surprises, as you mentioned, no, Salvatore? And because of that, you have to wrap things up. Before natin i-end yung show dito, may maka-last words ka ba para sa ating Crossfire community, pare?
Ay, nagpapasalamat pala ako, pre, sa ating Crossfire community dyan, no? Kasi sa lahat ng mga palabas dito ni Crossfire, nandyan kayo, no? Whether it will be from Impact, preview show, and as well as ating PH Masters, no? From the start na nagkaroon tayo ng Crossfire, nandyan pa rin kayo from the first second up until to this moment, pinapanood nyo pa rin yung mga gantong classic events ni Crossfire Philippines. So shoutout sa inyo, kay Crossfire Philippines, sa Crossfire community natin dyan, kay Smilegate, at sa mga iba pang sumusuporta sa larangan ng Filipino Crossfire. Maraming salamat. In behalf of everyone dito, malaking taus-pusong pasasalamat para sa inyo, no? So yun na nga, Ramon, baka ikaw may gusto kang i-promote dyan, o baka may gusto kang batiin dyan.
Ay, syempre, babati ko yung nanay ko nanonood sa broadcast ngayon, pati na rin kay Kiara. Salamat talaga sa inyong mga suporta dito, lalo na sa ating magiging susunod na show, kasi bukas magkakaroon kami ng preview show para mapag-usapan ng mga nangyayari dito sa Impact, pati na rin sa last week's PH Masters, as well as may kakaroon tayo ng isang napaka-special guest. Narinig ko kailangan niya ng wheelchair para lang makapunta doon sa ating preview show, no? So hopefully makapanood kayo doon sa ating preview show bukas. So stick around para sa ating susunod na mga announcements. At syempre, thank you so much sa lahat ng mga nanood dito sa Impact Summer Week 6 Day 12. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Salvatore. We will see you sa susunod na Impact Summer at saka para bukas sa ating preview show. Good night, Pilipinas, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Nomad